Voice inputnya jadi pakai mikrofon ini.
Pakai dari punyamu?
Oh,
pakai dari speaker, mikrofon. Coba kamu coba. Try.
udah kok itu.
Mana too close with the speaker itu? So it's the first one.
Waiting for Mary, video please. All right, good morning everyone. Okay, if you're not on your seat, let's find your seat. We will start the event promptly. So come around. Plenty of seats to go around. There's one more spot for the winning seats. All right. Okay. Find your seat. All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning! Good morning! All right! Are you guys excited for today? Yes! Oh, that was a little bit weak. Yes! Are you excited? Yeah! Yeah! We have a whole bunch of people coming to give you some really cool stuff. The first speaker is going to be so awesome, okay, that you are just going to melt your brain with amazement. Right? Yes!
Let's go. All right. Is everyone up now? You had the magician there. All right. Thanks, Arthur, for that. Is everyone up? All right, everyone, get out of your seat. Stand up. All right, let's do jumping jacks. No, just sit. All right, just shake your body a little bit. Shake your body. All right, wake it up. I know it's been a while since we had a live event, and you are here today with everyone here. Now, look to your left. Do you know that person? Okay, well, if you don't, you might need to introduce yourself. Look to the right. Do you know that person? All right, that's good. All right. All right, you guys can sit down now. You got your energy off. Look, as I mentioned earlier, or yesterday, the big part of this NFT conference is making that network, making that connection with each other. So make sure that you do get to know each other. But yeah, welcome back. That was one full day yesterday, and we have a lot more exciting speakers to come up today. So the first speaker is gonna be Mary Manaka. She's from a brand ambassador from GamePay, and she's also a fashion and jewelry content creator. So she'll talk a bit about her journey as an artist and this platform called the GamePay. Mary?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So lovely to be here this morning. I thought no one was going to turn up for a minute there, so thank you all for coming. So I'm going to share my story. I'm not a techie person, so this is not going to be super techie NFT talk. But what I can do is share my journey on how NFTs are impacting my career and my life going forward. So my journey starts off as a decade ago, as that of a fashion and jewelry designer. And as a natural progression from being a fashion and jewelry designer, I also became model in my brand and also became content creator in my brand. And then at that time, when I started my brand 10 years ago, I actually had no idea of the power of social media and what would become one of the biggest journeys of my life, being involved in art and creativity and being able to build a really solid art community. So as I shared my images, I started to get a lot of artists draw images of me. So to date, I've had hundreds of artists draw me. I've been so honored. I have been drawn on canvas. I have been tattooed onto skin. I have been drawn on murals from Oklahoma to New York to Bora Bora and loads of other places in the world. So with that came the birth of Voodoo Art, because my online handle is Voodoo Fairy. So Voodoo Art became the arts community that I started building with these people who were honoring me. And in the world today, where busyness has become such a badge of honor, it was so humbling to have these artists draw me, and some of these images took days, and some took months, some took hours and hours. And what I really wanted to do was be able to give back to that community. And as much as I tried over the years, I started by creating blogs where I would interview the artists and I would share those in hopes that I could make sales for the artists and help them along the way. But of course, with my own work, it was quite a lot to do, and being able to set up in a way that was transparent wasn't very easy for me. So this is one of the images that was done of me. It's a mural by an artist in France. I'll start off by showing you some of the artworks that have been created. This is one of the images that really set the tone. So this was taken 10 years ago in London. And I had no idea that this image, so on the left-hand side is the actual image. On the right-hand side, of my right hand, and your right-hand side, is the original image. And then on the left-hand side are the drawings that were done. This image alone was drawn over 80 times, and it was added to different comic books and cartoons, and different things of that sort. This is another image that was done. So on the right-hand side, you'll see the original, and to the left-hand side, you will see the drawing. And this is one of my favorite artists. So again, on the right-hand side, you've got the original image, and on the left-hand side, this image was actually done on carpet. So this is a really, really big carpet, and this is an artist who's based in France who creates these. Anyway, I think you get the picture. The list goes on. So one of my introduction into NFTs was due to the fact that it's actually a transparent space where I can bring these people who are in this community, this voodoo art community, these people who put me at the center of this community. I can now help them to be able to sell their artwork. And having partnered up with a company called Gameplay, they are also able to help me to be able to support these artists and put the artwork. I'm so sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. And I really didn't have much, I didn't have my time. Thank you so much. I'll just breeze through those. That's more artwork. And that's one of the drawings that was done of me. But yeah, so as I was saying before, my mind went completely blank on me then. I love the space that with the NFTs, I am able to support these artists, because not all artists have the ability to get on these platforms and create the NFTs and be able to sell them. And if community means strength in numbers, then I think together with these people coming together on a platform, we are able to to create something bigger than what we can do if we are working separately. Yeah. I am so sorry, guys. I am just blanking out as I go. I truly, truly
Good job.
apologize. Thank you. I love you. I love you. I love you for that. But yeah, so that is my yes, please. We are
Yeah.
in the process of creating NFTs of the artwork that they
Okay.
create.
Oh, so that's
Yeah.
what the community does.
That is what the
They're getting together
community will do.
convert that to an NFT.
Yes, we'll be
Nice.
able to convert the artwork to NFT, and then we'll be able to sell them through GamePay. Yeah. Anyone else have any questions? Maybe it might be an easier route for me.
What exactly is game?
What exactly is gameplays or GamePay's future? What are they trying to do, and how can other people participate?
So currently, GamePay is a company that is working with. They're working to evolve a new socio-economic model. So basically, it's a blockchain firm, and they will be able to work with gamers and also NFT creators on their platform. So you can see a little bit more about them here. Currently, they're actually a Singapore-based company started by a Brazilian entrepreneur, and they've just raised pre-seed funding so far of $1.2 million, and we are in the process of pre-selling NFTs. And the first game, their first product, is called Tiki Tip, and that will be launching in September. I'll be able to share some more flyers of the brand. Anyone else have any questions? Oh, that was your question. Okay, perfect. I'll be able to share some brochures with you guys after, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to come. Thank you.
All right, give her another round of applause. Yeah, so next speaker we will have Alexander. And Alexander is a co-founder in the Envelope DAO, which is, does anyone know what the DAO is? Perfect. What is it? Perfect. So DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. For those who haven't know that yet. And he's also a founder of Tax Plus, which is a project, a blockchain project for logistics. And yeah, we'll without further ado, we'll welcome Alex, to the stage. Hello, guys. Nice to meet you.
You want directly? Sorry.
Just a sec.
Yeah.
Could you make it full screen?
Yes.
Oh.
Or you can just do it this one. Left, right.
So it's to say simpler, what we do is to give an upgrade to current NFT. So about artistic fields, you know much better than me, but we hear mostly on economics and things that you can improve to your NFT. So we build our solution. It's composed from three main parts: protocol, oracle, and index parts. So that let us to improve any NFT from the market or create brand new ones. So how to make your NFT economically viable and for what? First of all, so our solution let you invent on-chain royalty, especially multi-chain ones. You can earn income from leasing your NFTs, and you don't even need to pay any pledges for that. You can make your NFT to collect price inside it, a kind of insurance price that will be guaranteed to any owner, and he will be secured from dumping to zero. So this was the main idea when we created it. So when we saw the hype, we understood that the day will come and the prices will automatically drop, and it happened in spring of last year. The main idea is that on every transaction, our protocol takes part of sell price and put inside an NFT like a minimum price, and it's growing with every sale made. And also, it's a good thing for price formation. It's also made by people, but they understand that they see minimal price of NFT inside it for about 1K USDT, and it will be okay to sell it for 10, maybe 20, but not for 100 or million. It will be way too much. And the risk is real high. So the process looks like we take any NFT, for example, any CryptoPunk. We work now with 721 format, 1155. We are on chain of about 5 chains. In mainnets, it's of course Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Polygon, Avalanche, Harmony, and Gate Chain, RTX Chain, and plenty are coming in testnets about 4 chains as well. When you take this NFT, you can form a collateral. We named it so you can put an instance any tokens, whatever you mean. Like, it could be fungible tokens, or we release better. You can put inside NFT other NFTs and a complex NFT containing of any 721 or 1155 inside it. And also you can set up smart locks on your NFT. For example, you put it inside, you can set up an economic setup that on every transaction, our protocol will charge, for example, 100 USDT, put it inside collateral one way, or you can split it up and say that 50 will go inside collateral and 50 will be split as a royalty. And also there could be multiple royalty receivers, so it's also unlimited thing. You can simply set up time lock. For example, you decided that the price will be collected inside an NFT for 1 year, and then the final owner will be able to unwrap it and take out the price. So you can set up that the collateral should achieve, for example, 1 million USDT inside, and only in that case it will be possible to unwrap such an NFT. There could be also made some restrictions for your NFT. For example, it can be made untransferable. It's also a good case for games when you list your NFT, somebody took it and the owner got the wrapped NFT, which is free on his wallet, and he can only play it in the game and no way to transfer it to put it in any DeFi or resell somewhere. So here I will describe several use cases we are executing now. The most simplest use case for games, how to enrich in-game NFTs, is about the power of NFTs. The more collateral inside, the more powerful the NFT in-game is. So we can use any USC 20 tokens. Or secondly, we learned that we can execute skill tokens, for example, one standing for attack and one for speed. So this way, owners can customize more interest in their NFTs, and also for game projects, it's rather good selling point. In Beta, we made an upgrade that you don't need to unwrap the whole NFT. You can take out some tokens partially. For example, in a game, if your character is damaged, some skill tokens can diminish, and you need to buy it or deserve it in other games. So it's also kind of a floating thing. Third case, we think it could be one of our main cases. It's about advertising in metaverses. So the simple idea is that any NFT can become advertising place, and you can monetize it in a new way. So we are now executing some MVPs with famous metaverses. What guys are big and slowly. I can name them, but you definitely know who I'm speaking about. So we separated this project from the whole DAO. We named it Spectre. So we're now in seed round for it. It will be based on the technology we made, and we tested the execution. So in general, you got NFC, and you can replace metadata. And when the trades are made on between advertisers, the one who wins can stand in your NFT and display his advertising. and then our protocol takes out when the time finishes up. Another use case, it's about gift boxes in games. So, for example, you can place any NFTs, wrapped NFTs, but you cannot, you don't need to put in at instance any collaterals. It can be put afterwards, so it can be kind of dropped inside. So anyone can get this gift box, and he doesn't know what there could be, and then you just drop tokens there afterwards, or any NFTs. Also, we executed this way with event organizers. It's CGT Summit was Game On Summit. So the guys gave these NFTs as presents for their visitors, especially when it was all online. So in general, you got the gift box, and then there you got wrapped NFT with tokens of their sponsors. And there was a time lock, so for half a year or a year after the visitors could unwrap it and get some value. Also, the next thing where we move, it's about AR games. It's to simplify, it's like Pokemon Go, but when you catch the character, you got it with a crypto inside. It's also, in general, we now launched the game. We named Avocado Go. We now launched in Brazil. So the guys are there very active, and with our partners Arcona, they are experienced in AR games. Now we have hold a kind of contest among community. They make videos and other creativity and get these avocados with crypto inside. So we plan to launch it more deeply in summertime. And one of the most popular cases, which was inspired by Animoca brands when we talked with them last summer, it's about non-pledge rental of in-game items. So we made it that in simple, the owner NFT can list his NFT on a special marketplace, and when the recipient wants to get it, he gets he scrolls and choose the NFT which fits with the game and the payment he wanna get for it, and gets wrapped NFT for a limited time. So in game, we need to make integration. It's about a few lines of code to make to see that the original NFT inside Web 1 to be played as original one. And when the time of rental finishes up, our protocol Guardian smart contract takes out from the recipient this wrapped NFT and returns it to his marketplace smart contract. So it's a kind of automated way, and it simplifies the entry for new gamers in play to earn games, so they don't need to spend thousands on game items. They can, for example, pay 10 USDT to play for one day and get it back. And also, our solution can solve the problem with scholars and game guilds when there are some issues without price fund distribution to our multi-royalty functionality. It can redistribute all funds automatically and according to a proportion that you have set up on this web NFT. So about the products that we executed, the first one was a wrapper where you can set up different settings for your NFT. You can choose one of yours, or you can create an empty one. If you don't get any NFT, it will be kind of that wrapped NFT will be the original one, and will contain all the tokens you put inside, all the settings you have done. So you can go to the link up.unvelope.is and test the opportunities there. Second tool was that we made for ourselves before IDO. It was about farming, because we wanted our community to have a chance. We made a kind of firstly pre-sale of wrapped NFTs with time locks with our tokens before IDO. And then we gave them opportunity to stake them and get back wrapped NFT, which stands for their stake of NFT tokens. The main thing is that now when you stake your tokens, you are locked with your liquidity. But when you've got wrapped NFT, you can easily resell it anywhere on not CD or just transfer. So they are free with liquidity. The next step we made also, it was firstly made for our IDO, pre-IDO. So it was a simplified launchpad where our community was able to buy our wrapped NFT with timeless. Then we saw the big potential of this application because it can simplify the relation between VCs and startups, where VCs can resell the vested tokens inside wrapped NFTs, and for startup, it makes their tokens more desirable for VC fund because they are not locked with vested periods for years. They, in some good situation, for example, if their project performs good, they can sell it below the market, but much above their entry price. And also it will not harm the project because tokens will not go to the market. So we named this solution soft wrapped NFT. And also we created a possibility to make multiple wrappings. For example, if the project wraps token, it's not comfortable to make it one by one. We made a solution about batch wrapping. You can wrap in one move up to 50 NFTs. This is a limitation due to block size, because if it's bigger, it cannot not fit in one block, and there will be problems. The first VC whom executed this case with us was Animoca Brands. It was in early October. They supported our project, and also we offered them this solution, but it was made by hand that we can transfer them token in wrapped NFT on Binance Smart Chain with time locks all in one, or we offered them to choose between smart contract locker as for all other VCs. They guys decided to choose it. So Animoca, you see that the guys are seeing big potential in different technologies. They were the ones who accepted it. And so if you say about wrapping for VC funds, you can make several types of wrapping. You can just wrap single NFTs, or you can make kind of a bag. You make a batch of NFTs, and then you can wrap them all in one to transfer more simpler. Or, for example, if they are sold on any launchpad, we are now integrating with OKX chain, their NFT marketplace. So the guys offered like the second type, because for them it's much simpler to sell allocations when they sell, for example, small parts for retailers for 300, 500 USDT worth of tokens. So if we got, for example, 10 periods of time unwrapping, it will not be comfortable if we sell a launchpad about 5,000 NFTs, but if we get them in one, it will be much more easier to sell. And third type, it could be for the ones who want to execute, it's kind of matryoshka type. When you wrap one NFT, then add another liquidity, wrap one in one, and get different time locks, and you unwrap it by layers. So for what we actually done, this is about unleashing liquidity on the market. Because we got it invested in tokens, sometimes we can have lack of liquidity. For VC funds, it's not so obvious, but for retail users, it's sometimes a real problem when they can make new buys due to this. So when we got wrapped NFTs, one way is from B2C market, from launchpads, which integrate this technology, or from soft NFTs from B2B market, from VCs. We got tradable wrapped NFTs. It could be made in 725 or 1155 formats. These NFTs could be sold on any launchpad. Here we can unleash liquidity for a project. For example, if you want to make such sale, not only IDO tokens, but some vested tokens. From Launchpad, these tokens can go to secondary market, wrapped NFT marketplace. We got one solution made, special marketplace. We named it Scotch, where we got different filters for such new type of NFTs, but they can easily be sold on OpenSea as well. And we got API of OpenSea, where we can display all our features. So anyone will understand what collateral is inside, what time locks are, and all other settings made. And all project can just transfer tokens to wrapped NFT marketplace and get this liquidity. From marketplace, the owner can go to DeFi, where he can get loan funds from his wrapped NFT. When we got tokens vested and these tokens become traded on any exchange, it's much easier for us to estimate the price and give transfer the loan. More of that, when we loan funds in DeFi, we got wrapped NFT2, which stands for your stake, and which served as a right to get back your stake and to return the loan. Also, this wrapped NFT2 can be easily resold on NFT marketplace. So these are different ways to get additional liquidity unlocked and return it to the market. So we suppose that it will increase the speed and turnover of liquidity on the markets. And the more liquidity on the market, the more possibilities we have. So in this upcoming year, we plan to execute in spring unstoppable NFTs concept. It's been executed with Swarm, a decentralized storage. So the main idea is that when you store metadata on decentralized storage, you got to pay for it's being stored. But sometimes if you forget about it, you can lose your metadata. So while the NFT is collecting, we can set up that it collects liquidity inside. Due to our beta version, the NFT will be able to pay for its storing its metadata itself. So it's partially will transfer tokens to a smart contract of decentralized storage. So it will be useful for any metadata, video, art, audio, text, etc. Now with Swarm, they connected us with guys who works with audio. It's kind of decentralized Spotify. So I think it will be the first case we're going to execute with them. And of course, we can offer for different formats of metadata, the distribution of royalties. Then we are moving to cross-chain. Now we are multi-chain, but our vision on cross-chain is that you saw that there are plenty of hacks of bridges and lots of funds were stolen. So the idea is that you don't transfer liquidity, you just block liquidity on one chain, and on another chain you emit an NFT statement for that liquidity, which is backed by liquidity locked on the first chain. And while we got liquidity on second chain, we can unwrap the NFT on first chain, and then we can this way transfer liquidity between multiple chains. And also there is a concept we described in our articles about L3 solution. The main idea is that to reduce transactional costs and to unify all chains in one, because now there are popular solutions like Arbitrum that works on layer 2. But if you want to make a cross-chain transfer, you will need to go back to layer 1, transfer from layer 1 to layer 1 on another other chain, and then go to layer 2 on other chain. But here you can transfer between layers 2 without going to layer 1 solution. And of course, we launch, according to our roadmap, in the fall of this year, we'll finish up all our products in protocol, Oracle, and Index solutions. So it will be executed up in time. And here are my contacts and of our video on the QR code. You can scan the link to our website. So any questions you got?
I'll pick it up.
It always sounds difficult, but in general, it's simple UX UI, so you can just train to execute it, and especially in games. There will be launched some projects also. We met here guys from Fake Hamsters who implemented these solutions. And the case about Medium, we are executing with Core Digital, the company with their own metaverse and games. They plan to release different projects pretty much.
Is it on the Binance chain or is it already on the Binance chain?
Well,
Binance is low.
So we'll give you guys a chance to scan the code after this. Alex will use that his QR. So don't worry, you'll get a chance to do this. But any question? Yes.
I'm just wondering because you specialize in I'm just wondering, since you said that this was like your system is like you made it specifically for the game style metaverses, right? Like
Not specifically, we made a project, and then when the gamify grew up in summertime, we decided that it's easier to re-implement it in the gamify, and there were plenty of inquiries how to enrich game mechanics.
Okay. Um,
Uh, Initially, we planned to make it financial and ensure the price of NFT. Then we saw most on the market, and we decided to move to the market and offer new opportunities how to reach. So,
if for like, for example, you decide to work with Galileo, I'm just wondering, how do you think you could implement your system into the Galileo system, the current Galileo system, without getting without destroying the purpose of the Galileo system while giving the benefits of your system while keeping the benefits of the Galileo system?
so you got any NFT, you can take any NFT and enrich it with all functionality I described. It's definitely 751 or 1155. If it's a kind of metaverse game, there is a need to add a few tokens to see that inside correctly the original one to be repeated as the original one. So it's not that stuff.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions?
So you can stake other token as collaterals for this NFTs. Can you only stake for NFTs that you own or for any?
You must be the owner of NFT to stake it. Because if you don't own, some users
And can you stake any tokens or only some whitelisted?
In general, we made it a whitelist because there could be harmful tokens which can damage the protocol. But in REPs, in batch solution, we found a solution how to get rid of whitelist, and there you can use the rep any tokens without whitelisting in the protocol.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thanks for that. Any other questions so far? No, you're all good. Okay. Well, you'll have an opportunity to connect with Alex. So if you want to get that QR code, you can do that after this. But if Alex, you are an applause. Thank you for this presentation. All right, so you can see how exciting this is, right? This kept changing, and as what Alex was saying, he even kind of implement a different thing into his platform as the industry moves. And this industry moving like there's no tomorrow. It's crazy how fast it's moving. So very exciting. A lot of possibilities, a lot of new implementations.
Sorry.
New way to implement, and that's what's really cool about this, right? So the next one we'll have, how many of you heard of Karma Kandara? Just wondering. Yeah, really nice resort, isn't it? You've got this really nice, beautiful view. Oh man, I'm just like imagining myself there. And they're doing really cool stuff as well with with the community, helping I think up to 40 people, 40 kids, orphan kids, and funding their school, their education, their life, and all this stuff. So I want to give them a little bit of time to be able to share who they are and what are they doing for the community. So Sean from Karma. So let's welcome Sean from Karma.
All right, good morning. Thank you very much for having me here. So I think before I jump in, let me just show a bit of a video and then take it from there.
Sorry, technical error.
Welcome back to Bali.
Okay, another video. Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's it. Short and sweet. Yeah, so one of the reasons why we are one of the sponsors, we support the Bali News, and the whole idea with Karma Kandara is to create these curated experiences. And so today, the whole idea that we would come into is to share a little bit with you. As we're still quite new into the whole NFT world and understanding what we can do to create these experiences, the goal in the end that we try to do is work closely with the community. So we've been looking after the Bali Life Foundation, as mentioned before. We have 40 children, actually 48 now, that we've been sponsoring over the years. So there's about 8 years of community development just on the next door. So what we've been trying to do is to elevate the experience a little bit for our guests, but also through Karma Kandara's platform, meaning that tomorrow I will be speaking a little bit more about how we want to engage with everybody's help and support to take us to create these paintings that these beautiful children make and upload them and to get the sponsorship and donations that we can engage with other people with. So today is more about telling you that I've got a lot of gifts and I've got a lot of support from the spa, from the rooms, from experiences that Karma Kandara can do to help you, help us to help the children. So today it's just the planting of the seed before tomorrow's speech. But I'm going to be sitting over there for most of today. So while you're having your speaking sensation, I would like you to come and sit with me and talk to me, because I think the platform is we give back a lot. And if I can help in a small part from Karma Kandara to support the community, then it also helps not only the community, but it helps the children. And that's exactly what we're doing today. So I've got a few vouchers that I've got with me. So if anybody would like to come and give us an extra hand, come and enjoy some of the experiences that we have. Karma Kandara is in the south. Beautiful beaches, clean, sensational sunsets, private located. It's 76 villas with swimming pools. It's a bit of a drive. It's about an hour, 25 minutes from here, but it's well worth it. And the good thing is, I always say my business cards are like coupons. By the end of today, please grab one and come and have a drink with me. Come down to the beach, look at what we've got, see what we can do, and see if there's some support that you can help us with. So with that saying, the QR code has most of the information on it, and I'll be sitting here for most of the days with all the videos. I've got 22 videos in place, and I hope that you're able to help us to make the dreams a little bit more achievable for the children of Bali Life Foundation. So thank you to Bali News, and thanks to Arthur for having us here.
Just a note on that, they are going to be making some NFTs, and we are going to create an auction, pre-sale auction for these NFTs tomorrow, so be aware.
All right. Thanks, Arthur. All right. So once again, my name is Sean. I'm originally from South Africa, but I've been here 20 years ago, and it's lovely to be back. And please grab a coffee with me or come and talk to me. I'd love to tell you more about Karma Kandara. There's a lot of things in store that we try to create. All right. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. How's that? Who's ready for a vacation? Vacation, I suppose, since if you guys are local here. But yeah, thanks a lot, for doing that for the community. I think that's great to always give back to the community, and we'll see a lot more of that as well in the NFT community. Using the NFT and new technology to with the smart contract so that it could give back to the community and give that transparency and all that stuff. Because I know that one of the biggest problem in the charity industry is that a lot of the fund doesn't actually get to the people that need to get them. So it's really cool how this technology can really give that transparency as well as an autonomous distribution of funds right away, right? And that's what the smart contracts are for. So really exciting. All right, next we'll have Tina, and so this is the project. It's a reveal. And what's cool about this project is we already talked about yesterday how there's a lot of scams. I've got scam actually in the past as well, and lost a bunch of E. So security with technology, I think it's more and more important to be able to secure your asset, and this project does just that. So let's welcome Tina to the stage. Welcome, Tina. I'll receive the seat.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. This is Kate. Yeah, wonderful. So, yeah, good morning. I'm Tina. I'm IT engineer with military background with step 2017 full-time into crypto. With since 2018 on Bali. And Reveal is normally not the project. I'm not in the team of Reveal, but they wanted to come here to the summit. And then the speaker could not enter the water because he was missing one of the screenshot. So for this reason, because I really love to sing, so I told you I have military background, so I'm really interested in cybersecurity and to hunt the bad boys in the internet and into the dark web. And this technology makes it possible for everyone to reveal the originals.
Super. Das Maus. Sorry for this. I'm not so familiar with this presentation. Okay, we start with a small video for an introduction with you. Yeah, so I hope you like this introduction video, and you see it's about a technology that makes it really easy for everyone, and also non-tech people to reveal in a very, very easy form, in the end, the originality of any item, digital or physical item, connects to the internet, connect via NFT, for example, to the blockchain. And the problem is, as long as creators have published their works online, Sleeve have accredited them to try to make a profit. NFTs might benefit artists by giving them greater control over their art, but in practice, they may make it easier for malign actors to sell other people's art. You notice it's very easy just to go and copy and ship it, upload it on a fake channel on OpenSea and sell it. I think a lot of people already had this problem with some NFTs when they wanted to buy on OpenSea, for example. And here also the NFT industry is a little bit suffering on this, because all these fakes can lead to the fact that this can really limit down the success of NFTs and the NFT market. And also the nature of digital media makes it easy to duplicate and disseminate. So how can you secure the authenticity of an original? This is one of the questions. And owners who own digital assets often currently have almost no way to verify the authenticity of the assets. And multi-factor authentication doesn't exist for digital assets at all for the moment. And how can physical goods be effectively linked to the blockchain? This will become also the next step. We are talking later also, for example, about the malls in the metaverse. And also we see these problems already in the media, not only in the online media. And unless this issue is addressed, the NFT industry faces significant challenges. And Reveal will be the first sophisticated solution to the market. And here with this digital uncounterfeit, there are three principles. One thing is we do not have the silver bullet, meaning that any single solution unto itself isn't necessarily secure. Rather, there must be a harmony of various components that each prevents different attacks and work together to ward off different forms of copying, imitation, deviation, fraud, and the security printing and anti-counterfeiting world. There's a philosophy we use in virtually every secure solution that aims to counteract a wide range of forgery skill sets, overt, covert, and forensic. And all these different parts together leads to a more secure possibility, and not to get detected from the other side and to get hacked, for example. Then the challenges are also in fraud and copyright media files, such as collectibles, NFT certified digital documents, or IDs, social media posts, and stock photos. To name a few, there are several different types of attacks that we are trying to prevent. These attacks range from simple screenshots, as I told you, just copy it and upload it again, to fake posts, listing, removal of copyrights, watermarks, and so on, ID certificates or tickets. And the solution is that we will incorporate several layers of authentication features from each category to create a robust anti-counterfeit solution. Think of this as a door with a multiple different types of locks that requires different keys, passcodes, biometrics, and other levels of access to penetrate. And most thieves might be able to pick a lock or crack a code, but they cannot do them all. It's also like in blockchain. Yeah, you can bring one malicious node or 100 malicious nodes, but you cannot completely fraud a complete blockchain. And so you also need to transfer it to security assets, and we have various possibility on security measurements and security characteristics. You might be fake one of them, but it's not possible to fake them all in once. So, and the solution is reveal technology layers use multiple levels of authentic both on and off the blockchain. So it's directly connect to the item, but also a part not direct on the blockchain, as well as self-verification effects to help protect digital assets from being altered, misused, or reused. So, for example, encrypted multi-layer authentication, self-verifying effects for NFT, ultra-rare unlockable content, and NFT multi-factor authentication. So, in the audience for these technologies, of course, everything what is digital or can be brought to the digital world. It's artists and creators, IP owners, and of course also the collectors. So the one who creates, the one who owns the creation, and also those who want to deal with the creation. So about NFT, I don't think I need to talk a lot because I think every one of you knows what is an NFT. And then let's talk about what are the different pillars of the user experience. On the one hand, those who create in a new dimension and authentic before release, so you can protect in the future before you release your item. And then you can verify authenticity of digital assets and NFTs, and you can reveal the unique interactivity and gamification. The objects are, for example, software license, digital collectibles, strategic partnerships, social environment strategy, API platforms and developments, and reveal. Sorry. So, sorry for this. Reveal will serve as a key player in protecting intellectual property in the digital space by delivering unique value to the market. License and industry standard for NFT digital media and product authentication. And when we are talking about the new development, like we have, for example, on the blockchain with the ERC standards. So they aim to become also a security standard for digital assets. That you can understand what is the purpose of them. Because when such a security measurement is standard, then it will become very, very hard for people to fake such items when they release the items. And this can become very interesting. And also, this project should be a user-friendly platform to protect creators and buyers. A digital collectible line featuring some of the world's most popular creators. And they also want to have this charitable donations and environmentally conscious business. So, and the platform will be also community driven. They will not only release for the certification, the platform that you can enter your items there and protect from the creation, and then also to verify it, also to create a platform where you can also, through partnerships with the edge of the VR and AR industry, provide a curated experience that will be incorporated into many metaverse in the near future. So they really aim to protect the metaverses. And when you see that you can directly go into the metaverse and you can create your own security because you have this encoding to directly see which item is fake, which item is real, then it's also a very good protection for yourself. So the certification is also is positioned to become a standard, as I told you, for digital media security, similar to the worldwide standard GIA, which protects diamonds. So this is what you can compare. When you buy a real diamond, then you have a certification for this, and this is also a proof of yes, this diamond is really real because there's a small security item inside the GIA standard living diamonds, and this is something like they want to implement in every digital item that nobody can really fake it again or copy it or steal it from you. And it will be really very easy. You can create this security measurement easily into your item. Here, if you have any item, you can upload it and then directly you get here the go, yes, this is authentic item, for example. This is the digital possibility they deliver, but they have also the idea to make a physical protection. So, and this will be a small lens, and then you can go with the small lens over a digital item on the screen, and then you see directly the watermark.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Or something like a little bit of a question, also a little bit of a like statement, also a little bit of a concern. And there are similar some basic security systems that you
Just
can.
get a microphone.
Oh, so you so you're about your system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you have like these lenses and like that to make sure you can never really fake it.
Mm-hmm.
Just even people might still buy a fake NFT because they think, oh, it's real, and they don't check, and then like by the time you buy it, they're like, really, I got scammed again.
Yeah.
And then, so how do you try to make sure that people at least check or make sure, or that people can't fake it, and people that don't check until it's too late, that it's a real NFT.
So, for example, let's take NFT as a possibility. Yeah, when they start this minting of an NFT and pronounce on their platform, our NFT is secured by the reveal, then the people who mint the NFT gets to know, okay, there is a security measurement inside, and so it becomes popularity. And then this means when more and more companies or more and more NFT projects are using this technology, it step by step becomes a standard. And when it becomes a standard, then it is like, yeah, if you want to know if your banknote is real, then you know, oh, I need to hold it against the light and I see some security measurements, for example, like this. And so people start to get used to check if it's real or not before they buy.
Basically, they need to, we need to start using reveal from the new node. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if you want to buy something, okay, when you are buying something what is it's not so high in value, then I think it is not so much the problem. Yeah. But let's talk about you want to go to the metaverse mall, yeah, and you want to buy a Louis Vuitton bag. You want to know are you buying a real bag or not a real bag. And this you can, in this possibility, the physical item is connected to the blockchain, yeah, via this NFT, and then you need to know it's real or it's not real. Or for example, maybe in some years you want to buy a property, yeah. Are you buying a fake NFT, a fake property, or are you really buying an NFT which is really connected to this property? And for this, it makes sense to prove before in a very easy and fast way if this item is really original or is fake.
The item is real. Platform, right? So if the original item is not on reveal, do I have the chance to actually know if the item that I'm buying is actually authentic or not? Or the only way to understand if it's authentic is because this original item was actually secure using reveal platform first.
Yeah. So now I understand you. It's possible to add the reveal marks, the reveal technology after the mint. It's also possible. So that you don't need to implement in the creation reveal. You can do it also later. They have also the possibility to add it later.
Right, but therefore, in order for anyone to check the authenticity of an item, the creator has to be using Google platform, correct?
Can you repeat?
Yes. So, in order for me to know, let's say that she has an NFT that is selling to me, I want to know if it's authentic, right? So she has to first upload into Reveal in order for me to actually know if this NFT is authentic, or I can just check using Reveal any NFT and
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's an adoption
Yeah.
question.
It needs to be connected to Reveal, of course. If you don't set a security measurement inside your NFT, yeah, then you first need to connect it to Reveal, of course. It's not an automatically
Got it.
implemented technology in every item. This is not possible.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What is the cost to do this?
About the cost, I'm over, yeah, but if you like, and every one of you, I can give you the contact to the team directly. You can really then, answer those deep questions, because I told you I'm only here to present them, and for exactly also for very deep technical questions. They are really, really working very diligent, are very open, so it's not a problem that I can overhand your question then later after my presentation, and we can clear this out. So as you said, it is so that you can easily register, identify, and prevent. And also intellectual property license, Reveal technology will be available as an ISE license to integrate into other digital media and NFT platforms. This will allow creators to apply the present Reveal authentication layers prior to minting or listing their assets on the platform automatically. And there are multiple industry applications for it, for ads tech, events tech, for example, that you cannot fraud an events ticket or a concert ticket, stock medias, for example, digital documents, and also everything what is digitally published. And it's also protecting the future into the metaverse, because you can also secure your identity with it. And this can become very important. For example, when you are walking through the metaverse, you do not know what will happen when the metaverse really is touching our life. So, and what crazy things will come up. But for example, I go into Tinder metaverse, yeah, and I want to know, do I really meet my prince, or do I meet the Tinder swindler? Yeah. So with the identity protection, with Reveal technology, it will be possible to detect scammers, fakes from the beginning. Yeah. Okay. It is also, so I think many people will start to create a new identity, second life. They can never have in the real world on the other side. This is really, a question of society. It's a really, discussion of society, what will happen on the other side. The question is, what will be in a virtual world still really genuine and what not in the end? But it's another question.
Does it work on Tinder? That was a joke.
Yeah. So they also have a patent-protected metaverse ecosystem, also with a 3D web browser, which will upcome, that also directly gives you, with your glass, for example, the metaverse, or with the browser, the view, what in this world I see here virtually is real, and what is not real. But you need to see it's a development project. So first, they need to have something like a mass adoption, because items who are not connected to Reveal, of course, cannot be detected as a fake or not a fake, So the technology needs to be implemented, and this is why the team actually is, moving all around the world, and also attending a lot of summits, blockchain summits, digital summit, NFT summits, and make it very, very popular and well known what they want to do. So this is what I told you. There will be a decoder lens where you only hold the lens over the NFT, and then you can see the watermark in the NFTs. The community virtual marketplace I already mentioned, and here is also the team. Here, I'm very big connected to Mo Kumarsi, and he's really, yeah, very nice. When he also wants to come to Bali, I can tell you when he's coming, and then maybe afterwards you can meet him also then here in person. But these are really a lot of people with a lot of experience in cybersecurity, but also in other parts like cryptocurrency, software engineering, anti-counterfeiting, and graphic security. So they have a very, very big competency in this field, what they are doing. So, and also in the advisory board, there are some really big names for them. So they really aim to the moon with the project. And I think that in the end, also with their strategic partners, they will really become something like the police of the metaverse, the cyber police of the metaverse, because you can, when this technology is really revealed, yeah, then you cannot fake on the internet and fake on the metaverse anymore. Thank you very much.
How old is the company?
Oh, the company by itself, they are working on this project now for 3 years, yeah, but it's a very long development process to get to this point. You see, there's a lot of experience behind this, also belonging to cyber inspection, cyber security, and everything. So this company is developing a long time, and now it can start to get on the market slowly. So the technology is already not prepared for the market. They aim for the market in the next months. Okay, thank you.
All right, give Tina a big round of applause. I think that was really nice effort to do this presentation. I'd say it's one of the most important subjects in the NFT especially. And I think there was a statistic about 90% of NFT on OpenSea was fake and all this stuff. So the security is finally catching up, and I think that is a good thing. So yeah, that's very. I know that they were trying to come here personally, but the border was closed, and all this issue with the world that we live in now, the new normal. So that was very nice of Tina to do that and give us that information. So thank you for that, Tina. All right, next person. Wong. Lawrence Wong is an AI consultant, and how many of you guys watch the Terminator? RoboCops? No? Yeah, cool. You guys think the AI gonna take over the world? How many of you think the AI gonna take over the world?
Skynet.
All right, we got two concerned citizens here. Everyone else seems to be pretty chill. It's probably because we're in Bali. We're all just chill. They probably won't come here to Bali, to be honest. But yeah, so Lawrence have been 30 years. Have 30 years experience in digital media, digital technology in media, biotechnology, crypto, blockchain, so forth. And today he will talk about hyper conversational artificial intelligence, which is very interesting. All right, where can we get? Oh, hello there, Lawrence. How's it going?
Hi, good. Thank you.
Oh,
Can you guys hear me clearly?
We can hear you loud and clear. All right. Well, I'll let you take the stage. So let's welcome Lawrence Wong.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm just going to share the screen in a minute. And go. Okay, I'm going to do quite a few things while you're looking at the screen. This is the streams of consciousness just flowing through. I'll be talking about conversational AI, but there'll be more than that. This is something which we built for the last couple of, I think almost a year now. I've been working in AI for about 3 years now. There's a lot of changes. Like crypto, AI, every 1 year in AI is like 10 years in computing, 10 to 15 years. So there's a lot of changes. So today I'm literally going to be able to knock the socks off at the end of the demo, the presentation. So please bear with me. Okay, let's start. First, let's see. So we'll talk about what's hyper conversational artificial intelligence infobots. Okay. Let
Welcome to the first NFT Bali Summit 2022. I am a hyper-conversational chatbot prototype. Pleased to meet you. Hope you will find this presentation interesting.
So that's Betty. She's one of the prototypes. We have several. And you, okay. So why do we need this? So there's a threat in the industry now due to the fact that there's so much information on the internet. There's just too much. Customers can't find anything now. You have to search. It's very difficult. Another thing is time zone. You have time zone pandemics. You can't travel. So those are the issues that we have to find customers, to find clients for your projects, for your training. So keeping customers is relatively easy, but finding new one is pretty hard. Well, how might we do that? So how might we attract, convert, and retain customers' lifetime value? Okay, and for a bunch of people here, which are thought leaders, coaches, speakers, mentors, trainers, and consultants. Well, so that they can improve revenue, delight clients with increased dynamic engagements with passion and focus. Okay, so you've seen a scenario before, right? This is a simple storyboard. Training, everything's good. COVID hits. Now we have no clients. So now the idea is to set up an info bot agent. It sells for you in the metaverse, and now you get more clients in metaverse. So that's a very simple storyboard, the idea to work on. So question is, what is a conversation? Conversation is about listening, connecting. So there's like 3 levels of conversations. The very basic one is the ask and tell. Then we go on to inquire, advocate, negotiate, discover, share, contract, and transform. Today, we're just going to cover level 1. So I'm going to show you how artificial intelligence conversations can go on. First, let's start. You guys know what a chatbot is, right? Yeah, chatbot. You've seen it before. Chat robot. It's a software that runs on the computer, on the phone, and you communicate. There are many types of chatbots. Many are rule-based. Rule-based means that you give a set of instructions, and it looks at keywords and responds with appropriate messages. So basically, the framework is simple. You engage, you understand, you recommend, and you go around, keep doing that. So a rule base is very simple. You start off with a greeting, you get a response from the visitor, you capture some emails, you capture some questions, and this is what a rule base does. So in a nutshell, user input, we analyze what intent in entities are, and we compose a reply. Now, on the right-hand side, you will probably see a window like this. This is a very typical chatbot that you find everywhere. To be honest, it's boring. It's boring because most of the time, it doesn't work. Look at this one. This is a very interesting one. Can you guys read it? This actually happened. And the chatbot wasn't given enough rules. So it made a mistake. So once somebody asked, my daughter tested COVID positive, what should I do? And the chatbot replied, you should practice safe sex through the correct and consistent use of condoms or abstinence for the whole duration of your female partner's pregnancy. It's funny, but it actually happened. And it was pulled down from the site within hours. Same thing happened. You guys own an iPhone, right? You have a Siri on it. On the left-hand side, you see the black screen. It says, Siri, you need to do a better job of understanding me. Then Siri replied, I do, eh? Yeah, you need to make a note of that. And what do you want it to say? That's not what I meant. Okay, I created a note. That's not what I meant. Yeah, this is what you have on your phone now. It's pretty dumb, but that's what it is. On the right side is a bot that was created by Microsoft in 2016. It's called Taybot, Taytweet. It interacted with many people on the tweets, and it learned bad things. In fact, see, for example, do you support genocide? And then it says, I do. Indeed. Yeah, this chatbot was pulled down in 16 hours and you never seen up again. So Microsoft did a good job on that one. So, question: what was the solution? Is there really a smart AI that can understand me, that I can relate to? Maybe smarter than my friends. I have a lot of friends. Some are smart, some not so much. But is there an AI that I can chat 24/7, any subject that I want? I mean, really anything. Is there one that can help me sell to my client, understand our core values, embody them into a conversation? I mean, are we asking a lot? See, problem with this, natural language understanding is hard. Even for people. Look at this board. You went to school, you think about it, learning is difficult. People to people communication is very complicated. It's so complicated, people go to war over miscommunications. So the two things we're talking about is natural language processing and natural language understanding. There's the two branches of computer science. The last few years has been growing steadily. I would say that we're now reaching a point where it's pretty powerful because we now mimic the functions of the human brain. So typically you see there's a concept idea of a human brain. You perceive something, you understand it, and then you reason it, and based on what you learned in the past, you do something with it and you interact with people. So what we did was we took these and we built it into the system. So here, what do we need? So this is we call this NLP, by the way. NLP is not neuro linguistic programming. It is natural language processing. Confusing for some trainers. Yes, I know. First time I came across it, I thought it was about AKG, but it's not. So assuming this thing, okay, so if somebody say, I want a hot dog, and you pass it to the computer, and the computer classify, sentiment, translate it, and you see, the computer doesn't store words. It stores tokens as concepts. So I represented tokens at the bottom. You will see that. You see icon like, I want a hot dog. Now, if you go to some countries and you ask for a hot dog, you know you're going to get? Right. Barbecue dog. What you really want is this. So even in languages, there's confusion. So you have to be really careful about that. Or you teach the system enough that today, any child will know a hot dog is something between a bun and not something that walks around the house. So what's the difference? The chatbot versus conversational AI. A chatbot just chats. It's a very large category. Within that, we have conversational AI. Conversational AI means you can basically have a conversation with it. A hyper-conversational AI is different because chatbots are rule-based. Problem is, in a discussion, how much rules are there in any conversation, guys? Too many rules. There's no such thing as a conversation which is simple because there's so many things, right? There's emotional, there's something else, it comes up. You'll be talking something and halfway you change the subject and then you come back again. So hyper-conversational AI are very different. It's a totally new breed of AI. I call them agents because you can put them something and it can respond to anything off the cuff topics. It's been trained with a small portion of the internet, in Wikipedia, about 45 terabyte of data. It understands everything it learned. And you know what? It's actually been through a test. There's a benchmark called GLUE, General Language and Understanding, and there's a Super GLUE evaluation. And the test this year, last year, January, models from Microsoft and Google has beaten human beings. Yeah, actually, computer can understand text better than human beings. Look at this passage. You have 6 seconds to read this and understand. And the question is vaping illegal if you're under 18? Is it yes or no? Can you guys read it? As of August 8, 2016, the standard blah, 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 blah. Read it in 6 seconds and give me the answer. The answer is yes, it's illegal. First thing is, remember, when it says under 18, it's a minor. Any minors are under 18. And vaping means electronic e-cigarette. By the way, vape, it's an ancient American ritual celebrating the preservation of one's virginity. We have no idea what it means when you call it vaping. means what? You're abstaining from sex. So okay, so here the limitations of traditional chatbot is you've seen a lot of chatbots, you play with them, you answer questions, you get frustrated because there's a limited context of conversation. There's limited vocabulary, limited program responses. They always have the same answer to the same questions. So they feel dumb. They have no emotions and they cannot make decisions. This is what the limitations that we have now. What if we could do it something different? The state of AI is growing at explosive rate. Okay, exponentially. Many AI tools are embedded now in everything we use today. On your phone, you have a ton of AI running on it, from automatic cameras to calendars. Your Gmail is pretty much AI. It pretty much predict what you're gonna write. Okay, but now there's a new branch of AI because in AI in the past it's different. The new branches are creative AI, literally blurring the line between intelligence. So we call this singularity. You might hear this word singularity before. So singularity is a hypothetical point where technology becomes uncontrollable, irreversible, and resulting in an unforeseen change to human civilization. It's an intelligence explosion. It will merge our consciousness with technology. You might say, "Oh no, I don't want to be Terminator 2." But I ask you something, guys. Can any one of you in this room live without your phone for 1 week? For 2 days? How about 24 hours? You cannot. You need your phone. It's a technological device, and some people have it glued to their face or their hand. So we are already merging our consciousness. National Geographic actually termed this, and they call it singularity. That happened when human intellect for the last 2,000, 3,000 years, 4,000 years is growing slowly. Where computers basically grew from 1950 to now, it's been on a almost vertical line. At some point in time, computers will be smarter than you. Okay? Okay, so you merge, you become transhuman. We believe singularity will occur in the next 5 years. Is that a good thing? Let's see. So the idea is our approach. We realize the new AI technology, NLP, NLU, and there's riches of internet. We can create a new form of chatbot, what I call a hyper conversation infobot. And it's put as an agent. So an agent will sit on your phone and, it doesn't sit on the phone, it sits on the cloud actually, and you connect to it. Now, this um, hyper conversation bot is trained on 45 terabyte of data. Now, the data we have is up to 2019, but it's got Wikipedia, it's got books, Common Crawl, it's got BBC News, it's got Washington Post, Twitter. It's read a lot. Okay, it's read a lot. You heard about the Good Project? Well, there's 60,000 domain-free books from Shakespeare to Tarzan. It's all there. We train the system on everything and the kitchen sink. So let's have a quick look. Now, you may have seen this. This is, hey, Arthur, what are you doing there? So now we are in the metaverse. Hey, Grace. Now you see that we have a chat text here. So let's ask a question. What is the Galileo metaverse about? This time around, it's going to take a little while. Crunches up. Subsequently, get faster. Now, hang on. Well, okay, there you go. It's about people coming together to share a passion, whether it's for travel or art or anything else. We created a platform for people to connect to each other. Now, you can ask the same question: is this again? Now, it will not give you the same answer. will give you a similar answer. Like a person, if you ask somebody something, you see, he says, well, it's a digital space. So you can ask something like, so what's an NFT then? I don't know what the NFT is. By the way, you can ask the chatbot any question. It will tell you this. So is NFT different from tokens? Takes about 6 seconds round trip. Yes. Okay, but tokens are fungible and NFT are not fungible. What's ERC dash? Give me a number, guys. 1155.
55.
Sorry. 750.
ERC 1155.
1155. Let's see if it knows. If it's designed earlier than 2019, it should know it. Okay, so there you go. You have ERC to represent a token, like our Galileo token, and our ERC represent experience, like our raw experience of Bali NFT. You realize there's something interesting, right? We've programmed this bot, the clone, to respond to your question, steering you towards our product and our raw experience NFT. Wow, what is the royal experience? What is it? I didn't know there was a royal experience Bali NFT. Oh, I see. You're treated by royalty for a day. You're a personal butler. You're a chauffeur, 5-star commission, much more. Wow. Will there be food at the royal experience? And you will tell you. Now, this bot has been trained on a lot of things, so you can literally chat with it. Yes. Wow. You have scrumptious meal. Will there be? Well, no, let's do something else. You can ask things like, what are the colors of the rainbow? You see, this is very different from other chatbots you use, right? Other chatbots cannot answer questions that's beyond their information. This one knows the internet, so it can tell you pretty much everything. Now, it doesn't know COVID because COVID happened after 2019. We didn't have that data, so we don't put it in. Okay, but it's got pretty much. So where can I find good food in Bali? How about a general question like this? Let's see what recommendation we'll come up with. Networks, okay. There are great places to eat in Bali. It depends on what you're good in the mood for. If you're for some traditional Indonesian food, the Warung Ubuk Oka is a good choice. For something like more upscale, try the Ultima Ristorante. If you want some good fashion Western food, there's always McDonald's. There I see. It gets a little funny sometimes. But don't ask it to tell jokes. You can tell him write me a poem on Galileo NFT. And let's see what kind of sonnet it's going to come up with. Now, mind you, this is the alpha version. So there you go. NFT are the new hotness, and Galileo is the king. With our travel and learning experience, will make your life more complete. So come on over and take a look. Our virtual is waiting for you. You won't be disappointed. We're sure of that, because with Galileo, your dreams will come true. Ta-da! I can't write so fast. So computer can just generate poetry. It can generate songs. Okay, that gives you an idea what you can do. So let's go back to the presentation. And so the only thing is, we do have the version you just saw is an alpha pre-release version. It's not even close to finalized. The reason is this: it's limited conversation memory. It cannot remember previous conversation. It doesn't store them. new version will store the data of the conversation. You have a conversation, you remember. If you say, hey, I have a dog named Toby, it will ask you, how's Toby doing? That sort of thing. Right now, it doesn't remember. The moment I close, it forgot. Okay. Limited research skills. As you say, it's only trained on 2019 data. So anything after 2019, Trump, COVID, it doesn't know. Don't ask it about COVID. It will not. It will tell you I don't know anything about it. Now, currently, this system does not have internet access. In other words, the AI will not go to the internet. Remember the Taze bot from Microsoft that went to internet and learned bad language? Well, there's a fear of that, of data privacy or piracy. But we might add in some limited web access. This is something which is a consensus of the entire AI community on not letting the AI go rampant in the internet. Because, as what Stephen Hawking said, it may kill us. Maybe. So let's talk about interface. How do you connect? Humans connect face to face with people. People connect with people. A computer connects with you. You interface. So interface by chat. The one you just saw is text. Eventually, we're in voice and video. So here's some examples of future enhancements that we're working on. Still in prototype, a lot of testing. We have speech recognition, speech clone output, 3D animated. Look at that. That's me. Okay, very buff. And the AI takes that and creates a 3D version of me. Well, I was actually doing the Gangnam Style. That's right. This is my friend Wu Wen. I took her photograph from LinkedIn, stick it on her, and the system built everything else, and we put in a couple of animation. All right. We can also eventually build 3D models, rather animated model like a cartoon style. Now, here's an interesting thing. A lot of the big players, brand names, okay, Gucci and Nike, has gone into the metaverse to build digital versions of their product. Okay, and the new AIs can eventually do this by just describing. I need a design of a raincoat with a buckle, 6 buttons in the front, and beige color. Oh no, I think I want it in leather. No, I want it black with white collars. The system will generate. Okay, and literally you can design everything just by giving a description. Okay, this is something's coming eventually. Here's some custom voice. Listen to this one.
Welcome to NFT Bali Summit 2022.
Can you hear it? Don's excited. How about Henry?
Welcome to NFT Bali Summit 2022.
Welcome to NFT Bali Summit 2022.
We'll eventually have ability to basically clone your voice or anybody's voice. As long as we listen to about 20 seconds of your voice, we can pretty much recreate it. So here's a question: how can we use the hyper conversational bot in the metaverse? Well, if we can train the system with your data, expertise in marketing, sales, general knowledge, and we train as a salesperson. You saw the bot in the Galileo metaverse. You ask you some questions. You keep asking you should try Galileo NFT. You can buy at this website and so forth. In other words, like a good salesperson, it keeps pointing you back. It's not very sell. But the idea is that because you can have a conversation, you can connect with it. You can have fun with it. You can come back for more. Okay. And you can always come back because it's a friendly face. You can confide in it because it's not a person. All right. You can ask it questions, opinions. It will tell you. So, how can we be successful using the infobots? Well, first we want to delight our customers. All right. Keep it simple and sweet. Keep it interesting. We train it. We can train it. We be very casual. This one, the bot we have running on the metaverse is reasonably casual. Reasonably. Okay, it can be very terse, strict, or it can be totally, light. So refining your key objectives. So you have to go back to your mission statements, because we are going to put in what your company, your focus is, what your mission is, vision, and the system will understand that. And every time it has a conversation, it will keep reminding itself, this is the central core concept of my company. So we can design strategic conversation steering, like just now we talked about, steering it back again towards your product and services. You may be talking about something else, and then the system will say, oh, by the way, we do have something that will do this. And of course, you test and test and test and test. And we also recommend you set up a human escalation protocol, tech support in case, you know. And of course, very important, you know your customers. Okay? Build, refine, launch, repeat. So here's a question. What else is on the horizon for the AI, for the metaverse? There are something new. Now, I'm going to tell you something. These are sneak previews of things coming to the metaverse. Don't tell anyone about it. I guarantee it will not be boring. Example, music. All you need to do is hum a few bars. The system will build, and you say, I want it as a orchestra. Yeah, I want woodwinds, some drums, maybe French horn. System will do the entire scoring, and you'll give you the entire orchestra. You can have, we have rules for everything for it. Bluegrass, rock and roll, jazz. Yeah. How about art? Now, this is an example. This is not done by me, by the way, but we're planning to do something like this. So all you need to do is describe or show the AI a picture. I like cherry blossoms in Japan. The sakura flowers are beautiful. And something similar, but in a jungle setting, with a lake. And by the way, the AI can generate more than one picture. So let's give it more pictures and add some music. I can watch this for hours. Every frame you see here is individually created by the AI. And that's a complete artwork. Okay. By the way, some of these are already online selling as NFTs. They're very unique. Computer generate art. Of course, you have to feed it something. It cannot work with a blank canvas. You just feed it some pictures or the description. I think I like a cave, or I like double-decker bus with giraffes on it. You do it. There's a much more that you can see here. Now, what's next on the horizon? Eventually, AI will meet robot. Not too soon. Now, we may or may not do this. This is released in January this year at the CES show. Now, I ask you guys, you've seen robots before, right? And any of the robots look like, well, robots actually. They look like Terminator 2, right? Not quite Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is an example of a company that's building this. Now, the person behind, see the guy in blue with dress, he's running a computer that runs this. Watch this. They designed the skin to be gray so that you cannot mistake it for a real person. But the emotions on this face is almost as good as a real person. Robotics, AI has moved on. It will frown, you'll get surprised, you get sad, you get angry. So what can you do in the metaverse with our AI? Experiences, be creative, have fun, make money. I mean, you can have so much variations in it, right? You can go in one thing, one idea, and leave the metaverse with a lot more. Okay, so I don't know, did I knock your socks off yet? Okay, thank you. Now, if there are any questions, I'm open to the floor.
All right, thanks a lot for that, Lawrence. That's very interesting. Anyone have questions? Such an interesting technology we have here. By the way, this is part of the AI or the chatbot that installed earlier. The AI chatbot is part of the Galileo network. So you could actually try it out on that booth right there. So if you're curious, or if you got an assignment, a thesis that's due on the weekend, it's probably a good way to try it. I wish this was there when I was doing engineering. It would be amazing. But Heather,
Yeah, I wish this was here when I was studying linguistics. This is fantastic. Lawrence, Heather Hansen
Yeah.
here. It's so nice to hear this. This is so fascinating for me. I have a
Right.
quick question about this AI avatar in the metaverse. The
Right.
level of communication that's happening, is that going to be readable by me as a coach? Will I be able to see a record of what's happened? Who's talked to me in the metaverse and what I've said and what they've said? Will I be able to follow up with those people?
I'm sorry, you have to. Okay, the audio is a little muffled. I lost the last few
Okay,
sentences.
I'm wondering if I can access the log of communication that's happened between visitors and my avatar.
Okay, a log. Sure. Currently, we are having a diagnostic log. Yes, you can. Eventually, we may not have it. The reason is for privacy purposes, and also we are actually the log is going to be fed into the AI. So it learns something about this person. It's like you meet some person, you have a conversation, a couple of drinks, and I ask you something. If you know somebody for the last 3 weeks, do you remember all your conversations? You don't. You can't remember the person, what the person is, important things like, family, work, that sort of thing. But not every word of the conversation. What you want to know, what AI is going to do the same thing, is basically to understand and know this person. So the last couple of visits, he's come, he's asked his questions, he's made this statement, remarks, and it understands this person. Okay? It's a
Okay,
little
I was
different.
wondering more from a marketing perspective. Like,
Sorry?
I was wondering from a marketing perspective, will I be able to reach out to the people who have approached me in the metaverse?
Oh, sure. The system itself currently tries to push, but collecting data, collecting emails and stuff, um, and giving information.
Okay,
Yeah, we're gonna do something like that.
okay, cool, thank you. I want to take you to
Okay.
lunch when I'm back in Singapore. I want to hear more.
Sorry?
I want to hear more. I'll take you to lunch when I'm back in Singapore.
Sure. We can meet up, no problem. There's a lot more is happening.
looks like you're gonna have a lot of lunch offer here, Lawrence.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Actually, I'm a photographer myself, and I have a photo that I wanna, build a generative with it. So I might try to get in touch with you. That'd be awesome. But looks like we have another question here, Lawrence.
Okay.
Hi, Lawrence. Lawrence Smith here.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Can you share a couple of examples of what early adopters are doing with the platform? Some of the use cases that are most interesting, or just some of the most interesting conversations you're having with potential adopters?
Okay. I only catch a few words like test cases, examples of test cases. So what do you want to know?
Yeah. So, are any existing customers already using the platform? If so,
No.
right. So, what are the most interesting conversations you're having with what type of potential customers?
What is the most interesting conversation we have in the potential customers? Is it?
Yes.
Okay. So what you are witnessing here, the alpha version, is it's an alpha release. Okay. So there is no commercial installation yet. There are a few things we need to do before we do the final installation. We need to build in some rules limiter for obscenities and vulgarities. People will say certain four-letter words, etc. We don't want the AI to be in bad form, so to speak. It will be courteous. It will be nice. If you ask it about, do you support genocide, you will say, no, I don't. No way. I would not be a pedophile, etc. That sort of thing. If it will reject certain things. So currently that's in place. but there's no commercial installation as far as I know. Okay. And the engine we're using is a very unique one. It's actually developed, part of it is developed by Elon Musk's company, but the other part is we built a memory system behind it that creates a long-term memory for this. All right, we are developing long-term memory for AI chats. So you will see this. The first release is going to be in the Galileo Metaverse. But I let you play around with and you get a feel of. Oh, by the way, the Metaverse version that you're looking at has only memory for the chat, the line. Because many people visit it. And right now, we don't differentiate visitors currently. We don't collect the email. We don't collect anything. So we don't know who's talking about what. So the AI is not collecting any memory for that conversation, for that sentence. So the second sentence, it will forgotten what your first sentence was. Okay. It's just currently we want to do it as a test. But it's interesting. You play around and see how smart it is, or how stupid it is, or all right. And by the way, feedbacks are useful for me. On to, for example, potential users of this chat. How would you like to move forward? Like somebody asked me about the logs. That's interesting. We can look at that. How we can pull out the logs so we can track the customer. Yeah, any feedback would be great. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Yeah, that was a really interesting topic to be talking about. So give Lawrence a round of applause, everyone.
Okay.
Just one note on the marketing element. Okay, remember that the AI, even though you don't want to get the whole log because it's like massive amounts of information, because the AI understands what the person wants. The AI itself could, assuming the person gives it permission to give you their contact, the AI would actually be able to say, "Hey, this person is interested in this, and these are their concerns," rather than an entire thing of chat, which may or not necessarily be relevant. So the AI will be able to at least give you, again, from a marketing perspective, it'll give you the consolidated version of what the person actually needs, what their problems are, what they're looking for as solutions, in at least specifically in the metaverse that we're creating. Right, Lawrence?
Yeah. Yes. Oh, by the way, this chat bot is smart enough. Wrong spelling and wrong grammar from you, it doesn't matter. It will still understand you.
That's because I can't spell, so that's very important.
Yeah. Most chatbots can tolerate wrong words. Okay. Even people. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. And do remember that, okay? So for those people who are interested in getting memberships for the Galileo Metaverse before they start getting expensive, just go ahead and check with me later. All right, thank you very much for that. That was incredible to see what is possible for the future. Man, we have a lot of things exciting in the future, actually. That's really cool. What a time to be alive, right? What a time to be alive. And so earlier today we talked about DAO. Who still remember what DAO is? Cool. No one remembers. Just checking. Good on you. And you are on the winning chair. I remember. Looks like all the giveaway going to that sofa. Maybe got any place, so that's good. All right. Next speaker we have Heather Hansen, and she's a TEDx speaker as well as a best-selling author on the intersection of language culture. And she is the go-to speech coach as well as community strategies for Web3 founders. So if you're looking for, how to build a community, we already talk about this over and over again. Almost all the projects that had happened and that worked on the Web 3.0 have a really strong community base. So it's just good to show how important this is. And she's the founding mentor on the Wisdom City, which is part of the Galileo Network. But welcome, Heather.
Yay! Thank you.
Let's see if we can get the slides up and running. Hi, everybody. Having a good day? So far, so good? Awesome. All right. So me and my alternate persona. Okay. Thank you. I assume yeah, good. All right. So down the rabbit hole with DAOs. How many people, I know that it was talked about this morning, I missed that, but how many people here are involved in a DAO? A founder, a member, okay, the group right there for you guys. Okay, also a little bit, sort of, kind of, okay. How many of you are familiar with DAOs? Sounds like you talked about it, so you have a general idea? Okay. Now, I am not a part of any project. I do not have a project. I'm involved with Galileo as a founding member at this stage, where we're talking about creating it as a DAO community. I'm very, very new to this space. So I'm basically just giving you my deep dive, my journey into this space of DAOs, NFTs over the past few months. And it really only started in January 14th, when I said to my daughters and family, I will never waste my money on digital art. I didn't even know what NFTs were. It was just digital art, right? It was JPEGs. Why would I spend money on an ape? Why would I spend money on some picture of a lady? And then, 3.5 weeks later, February 9th, things started looking a bit different. I suddenly had a split personality and a new brand on Twitter, known across 7 or even more Discord servers as Double H, Heather Hansen, yes. Started rebranding myself for this NFT space because, my very professional Fortune 500 consultant image was not really flying when I started talking about NFTs. So then I filled up my wallet very quickly with a bunch of stuff. And I mean, I'm not a super high roller here. I've probably put in 2 weeks, right? And my wallet might be worth like 3 or 4 if I'm lucky, not even. But really, I was just entering to learn, to play, to grow, to try something new, to figure this out. So what happened that I went from I will never to that? Disclaimer time. Do your own research. We all know that. And more importantly, do not confuse eloquence with competence. Even if I sound like I know what I'm talking about, I probably don't. Okay? So just keep that in mind as we move forward here today. Just sharing my basic journey with you. So what happened about 3 days after January 14th was I saw this post on LinkedIn. Now, I was not even connected to Lily Lou at the time. It was a common connection who just liked her post. And I saw this and I thought, and I don't know how well you can all read it, so I'll go ahead and read it quickly. So I did a thing. I co-launched my first NFT project over the weekend, Wow Pixies NFT. We're the first venture DAO to invest in women and diversity-led NFT ecosystems. Currently minting live. Find out more on our Twitter and website. Join Discord. I didn't know what Discord was, by the way, at that time. But what caught my attention was this, the venture DAO piece and investing in women-led and diversity-led projects, because that's something I'm personally interested in the real world. I didn't particularly like the art. I don't like pixels, okay? I don't like pixel art. I don't like all the sandbox stuff. I don't like it. I really like your yachts that are very beautiful and not pixelated, right? But for me, the artwork means nothing. I don't care what the art looks like. I'm more interested in the community and the mission of that community. So I did a deep dive. I started Googling. I figured out Discord. I came up with my Double H name. Actually, I think it was H squared to begin with, and then the community was like, well, it's not really H squared, is it? It's more like Double H. So changed it, rebranded, and created my kind of Web3 persona. So what is the DAO? I know that you were talking about it this morning. We know it's a decentralized autonomous organization, and I'm not sure we've really achieved any of those parts of DAO just yet. So decentralized, there's always some kind of founder, CEO, front runner, spokesperson, right? We have to have that in some way. So it's not fully decentralized. And depending on the market you're opening a DAO, the laws that you're under, you may need to have a limited liability corporation established. It might actually need to be an entity that is absolutely not decentralized. but on paper has some kind of founder or front runner leader of the group. Autonomous, again, we're following whatever regulations we're under. Right now, there aren't a lot of regulations, which is a little bit scary because it makes you question what's going to happen as we move forward with DAOs. And organization, depending on the DAO, could be more or less organized. But I found this really, really interesting. And how can we organize ourselves? And I've seen as well in many searches and chats, that people call DAOs basically a social chat with a treasury. It's just a group of people who come together and they have a bank account and they can pretty much do anything they want with it. And it's like, ooh, that's kind of cool, like.
But also kind of scary.
And kind of scary. And kind of scary.
Because one person might everyone might put their money in, but someone wants to tell you guys to be like buying a Lamborghini. Yeah, buy.
But the whole organization would have to vote on that Lamborghini purchase, right? So everyone in the community or the majority of the community would have to be in agreement that we want a Lamborghini, and then there would have to be some kind of utility for that Lamborghini. Like, well, how often do I get to drive it, right? I mean, as a holder, as an NFT holder.
Okay,
now,
that makes it interesting.
There you go. So it is a little bit more than a chat with the treasury. I'd like to reframe that to be a funded community that's on a mission. And I think that's really at the core of DAOs, especially the NFT style of DAOs, not necessarily the tokenized ones, but the ones that are creating NFTs that you buy in, and then your NFT is a then voting right in the organization. Okay, so they're very much about bringing together groups of people who have the same vision, mission, and need to change the world in some way. So if you're considering starting a DAO, first question would be, what is your mission? What is your big grand plan for changing the world, and how do you plan on creating a community around that that's going to really make something happen? And I think that's what's really, really exciting about DAOs. I really see it as the future of community building, of membership sites for speakers, trainers, authors, thought leaders, content creators, how we can create our membership communities. And it's a very different way forward. Even I see corporations shifting into this space eventually. So what kinds of DAOs? You've probably spoken about some of these this morning, and there are many that are not on the list. Some of my favorites that I found in my research: venture funds, collecting money to then invest in specific types of projects, memberships, sports teams, charities, and what kind of others? I know there's a big one I left off here, which is in the gaming space. What others? Anybody want to just throw anything out there that I've missed? Yeah, Dante.
You forgot the list. You forgot a lot of business side.
Business side, yeah. Companies, corporations that could be creating themselves as DAOs, yeah.
Community neighborhoods.
Community neighborhoods, that's cool. Do you know of one like that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. No, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah.
Collaborations between multiple artists to create shared collection.
Yes, exactly. And I'll talk about Wow Pixies is doing that right now. Are you in that group? Okay, so he was just saying collaborations where people come together to then create an NFT series that can then be sold and generate money for the community.
And it could also be in tourism and hotel associations.
Yeah, that would be really cool too, which you're moving into, I know. So lots of ways that we can start getting creative about how we organize ourselves and create community in a way where everyone has a voice. And that's what's really cool about it. So let me show you just some examples of DAOs that I think are kind of cool. This is the one that first grabbed my attention, Wow Pixies, and they are specifically focused on investing into women and diversity-led projects. We know women are hugely underrepresented in the real world and in Web3, so they're working towards making sure that women are getting funding for their projects. They are probably one of the most advanced DAOs that I've seen, taking things to an entirely different level. So when they first came together in their roadmap, the idea was to mint a series of NFTs, 5,555. Each owner of an NFT has one vote in the DAO. Now this is creating some challenges and problems because what if somebody buys up 1,000? Is that really decentralized? Is it really equitable? And they're looking into ways to possibly solve this. But the problem is we do not have the technology to support the voting systems if we were to reorganize them. Right now, it's one NFT per vote. Yeah, Dante.
And also, And also you can't just say, and also it will be like, for example, like with the NFTs, right? Like one NFT like one NFT equal to one vote, right? You can't just say no to the money, because if you say sorry, but you can't buy 1,000 NFTs, then they'll just go on to another and like for that usually means that person is looking for cash, and they're just gonna go like, okay, fine, I'll go to maybe Ethereum, and then next to some Ethereum NFT or maybe monkeys, and then next thing you know, your DAO your DAO that was invested in equality suddenly has no more funds.
Yeah. Well, we can't say no to an open mint, right? If we have an open mint, we can regulate a bit who's on the pre-list, but we can't really regulate who's buying in an open mint. So yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. And you're hoping, though, that if people are wanting to come into a DAO, that they share your mission, they share your values. Why else would they be buying in? Unless they're completely against your mission and values and they're trying to sabotage the project. I guess that could also happen theoretically. So I don't know. I'll leave it up to open discussion in a bit. What you think about that?
What is the price of the NFT?
These minted. Help me out here. Adam, do you remember what they minted at? 0.06 ETH? I want to say 0.06 ETH or something, wasn't it? What they minted at? 0.05? Yeah, it was something around there. Floor isn't incredibly high right now. I think floor is probably 0.18 or something. But they're growing and growing and growing. And this is also the point of a DAO. DAOs aren't necessarily very concerned with the floor price because they're there on a mission, right? They're there to build a community. They have goals and they have a roadmap that's really, really specific about what they want to do. So WoW Pixie's very first goal was to buy a WoW royalty. So from the Real World of Women project, they wanted to buy a royalty NFT. Now, not a lot of people knew about this apparently, but those royalties would come back for up to 18 months. So there was still about 12 months left on these royalty NFTs that were kicking back 10 to 20 ETH per NFT for the next 12 months. So I believe we bought that one for something like 135 ETH, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And that was from the money created from the mint. That allowed us to purchase the royalty WoW. That's now funding the DAO, 10 to 20 ETH a month for the next 12 months. So then what happened was they set up a creator group or a curator group and like investor group and a charity group. People can put forward proposals. We want to invest in these different women-led, diversity-led projects. The community votes. They vote on how many ETH we're going to spend, and then we go out and buy it. So filling up this vault and then creating utility for the members of the DAO through the pieces that we're purchasing through other communities. So very, very interesting setup. And what Igor was pointing to is this idea that now the next step is they're actually organizing a community to create their own series of NFTs that will then be sold and create more income for the DAO itself. So pulling an artist from the community, many came forward and we voted on the right artist. That artist is selected and she will be creating the art and it will move forward from there. So many amazing creative things that you could do when you start mobilizing groups of people. And in the DAO as well, you can be reimbursing people. You can be paying them for their contributions. So, kind of this play to earn sort of situation. So this one I think is really interesting and a really good example of a fund-driven, mission-driven DAO that's using its money for very specific purposes. Memberships. This one's very cool. I just learned about it last week. It's called Links DAO. They are planning to buy a golf course. And they are going to be a golf and country club membership. It's going to be eventually global. They have pooled the resources to go out in the world. They're voting on which golf course they're going to buy. And then there are all kinds of member benefits. So when you're in the DAO, you're also a member of the club. You have access to the golf courses, and they plan to expand and take over golf courses all over the world and redefine country club memberships. So very interesting concept, linking Web3 to real world as well. Sports. This is an up-and-coming DAO. It's not real just yet, but it's coming very soon. I'm very interested in women-led projects, women-supporting projects, although this is not led by a woman, but the whole idea is to support female drivers for F1 Grand Prix. There have only been 2 female drivers in the Grand Prix history. So we know that women do not get the funding, they don't get the practice, and we now have something called W Series, which started in 2019, which is a women's, basically F1 racing league series. And Court DAO is going to be a community-owned racing team DAO, which is a very redundant name, by the way. It kind of points to the fact that I'm not sure the people setting it up really know a whole lot about DAOs, because community-owned racing team, community-owned is what a DAO is. But what they're doing is they plan to have everyone buy into this team, fund the team. They'll be able to choose the actual racers. They'll be able to vote on that. They'll have access to membership perks to go in at the races, meet the drivers, all that stuff, which I think is just super cool. Since I have a 13-year-old daughter at home who's like the biggest F1 fan I've ever met. So we're super into this one and we're watching it very closely. And finally, charity. This is one that's been hitting the news. Big Green DAO, run by Elon Musk's brother. And they're trying to change the way we're raising funds for philanthropy. And they're all about teaching people how to plant, grow their own food, and change the way that we're eating, basically, and growing our food. So this is another one that's raising funds in order to give to charity. Now, there are a lot of challenges with this, because what happens is when they purchase, they're getting tokens in return. Well, according to US law, if you are donating to a charity, you may not receive anything in return of value. So there's a lot of gray area in all of these DAOs regarding how we move forward when it comes to regulation, law, taxes, and all of that. Okay, so something to really consider, get a good legal team behind you. So some of the best practices that I've seen with the best DAOs I've been watching, fully doxed teams, of course, we want to know who is behind this. It needs to be transparent. Multi-sig wallets, that's really important. There cannot be one person in charge of the funds. It needs to be multi-sig. Wild Pixies had a huge proposal, and people could put themselves forward to be in the multi-sig. And there was a vote about who would be included. And so it's all very, very open and transparent. Systems for proposals and voting. Snapshot is the most popular one at this time, where you go in, connect your wallet, it reads how many NFTs you have, that gives you the votes. So it's very transparent, open. You can see exactly what everyone voted for. You can see how many votes were counted, and it works really, really well. But this is probably the biggest opportunity for anyone moving into the space of Web3 right now, is to create these software systems to support DAO organizations. Right now, they're struggling a lot in the way that they communicate with each other, the way they organize themselves, the way they handle productivity and communicate. It's really, really difficult for them. So we're waiting for companies to come forward with really cool systems for running and organizing DAOs. Focus on community, of course, that's number one. It's number one priority if you're going to have a DAO, or really I would say any kind of NFT community, is focus on whatever it is, the Discord channel, wherever you're bringing people together, there has to be a massive, massive effort put into that and building those relationships. And the last bit here, transparency and open communication, is also another obvious one that we need. Some things to watch out for. As I was saying, legal, tax, regulatory issues. Right now, it's still very much the Wild West. We know that's going to change very soon. We're hearing things every day, especially out of the US, but we don't know how it's going to impact other markets. Your governance and voting systems, you need to make sure that you are thinking about equitable and fair. And we are, like I said, waiting on the technology to catch up with that, because right now it is one NFT, one vote, one token, one vote. But I would assume very soon there will be new tech out there that will allow you to say, okay, everyone with 1 to 3, you get 1 vote. Everyone with 3 to 20, you get 2 votes. Over 20, you know, something like that. But we just aren't there yet. Communication and productivity systems, as I said, really, really challenging. We're waiting on the tech for that. And then also being able to be really agile and make quick decisions while also being fair. Because what do you do when you have a DAO that is completely global across every time zone? But you have this opportunity to invest in an NFT project, and the mint is open right now, and we have to make a decision. Well, we said in the DAO that we have to wait 48 hours to make that decision so that everybody across the world is able to vote. Well, then the opportunity is passed. So how can you create fairness in the organization, or perhaps set up a smaller committee of members who can act quickly in situations, and what are those situations? But it's something you really have to think about, because usually DAOs are organized so that they can be very fair and equitable. But when we're dealing with global organizations, that can be really difficult as well. Okay, so now I would just like to, I don't even know how much time we have or how long I talked, but I'd love to open up to you, any questions, comments. I can't guarantee I can answer any of them, but I'd love to just hear some of your views and learn, you know, what you're doing in the space. So over to all of you. Thank you very much.
I've got a question, Heather, and you know, being a community or one of the go-to for the community, I think one of the questions that I get a lot from these 2 days or today and yesterday was it's a lot of ideas, right? We all have a lot of ideas, but it's always difficult to find the right people. And I was wondering if you have tips or something that you can share with us on where to find these people and where do they hang out? Because event like this is awesome, right? You get to connect with so many people from all the different type of blockchain technology, crypto, as well as NFT. But it's a fraction. It's a tiny fraction of the whole community. So do you have any suggestion, any advice on finding those people and being able to find the right one to work with you?
That's probably the biggest challenge also in real life work, right? I mean, how do we find good people in our companies? I mean, that's one of my biggest challenges in my own company. But I found that in DAO situations, the right people present themselves. So the community itself is what brings the right people forward. You're going to know right away who are the most passionate, the most involved, the most knowledgeable. You will know right away. And it depends, of course, on how you're organizing yourself. All of the DAOs and things I've been involved in have been Discord based. So those Discord chats, I have no idea how to keep up with them. I don't know how people do. But I think, that's when you really know someone's passionate, when they are in there every day, every hour of the day, and they're so involved with the project. It's obvious that they're the right person to be the moderator for your Discord channel, right? When you start bringing up different topics and having discussions, when you put a call out, Wild Pixies, for example, said, we need a lawyer, and we need a good one, because they didn't know if they were going to be able to give any profits back without it being seen as security and all kinds of stuff. And many people came forward. They have an excellent lawyer on the team now, and a whole team of lawyers in their own special chat channel in the Discord. So this is what's really cool about building strong communities, because your members will appear and they will tell you, I'm the person for that job. And what I think is so fantastic about Web3 is we're seeing people do complete career shifts, right? From whatever their day job is to moving into Web3 and finding their place there, which is just really fantastic. Yeah. But great question. I mean, I don't know. And I don't know if others have better answers to that. Feel free to chime in.
So you mentioned about governance challenge.
Yeah.
How is and regarding this is
Question, what is the name of Veritas DAO? What is the name of Veritas?
The very first DAO?
Organization.
You probably know that more than me.
It's,
Open DAO? Was it Open DAO?
It's actually Bitcoin.
Yeah,
In
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, you can draw a lot of inspiration how it is incentivizing the security of the network.
Yeah.
Also, you mentioned example of snapshot platform. Very good example where all token holders can vote using their tokens. But you mentioned how it can be not one person, one vote. It's something you can explore about fractal governance that can be applied to non-binary choices. When community can come actually into agreement how to reward each contributor of the community.
Awesome. Thank you for adding that. Thank you.
and notice that he is
I
reading.
see what he's reading.
Unmuted. Heather Hanson's new book.
Wonderful. Thank you. Write a review on Amazon, please. Okay. Yes.
Maybe anybody can answer this question. I'm really new to the NFT space, and I'm really just here to try to figure out how I can apply it to my business. So a DAO, I'm trying to wrap my mind around what exactly it is, and your presentation was good, but just to clarify, to get into a DAO or to create a DAO, members buy into the organization with NFT. The more NFT you purchase, it gives you more voting rights. Is that what I'm?
It's a very simplified version. Yeah, that's a very simplified explanation, which is basically my understanding of it. But there's also a lot that are run through tokens, coins that are given to the community, and then it's more monetized than that. Well, monetized, but they can use those coins for voting rights and things. But I'm sure there are others who can answer this better than me. I'll pass it.
Thank you. So I guess to answer
Yeah.
your question, that's just one way of doing it, right? In reality, you don't necessarily need that. You can be just a bunch of people coming together and saying, hey, we're an organization.
Yeah, you could just vote.
That's it. You know?
Yeah.
To add to your
Yes,
presentation,
please.
it's really good actually. I've been following this project called Hypa.earth, and they are building these tools to run these decentralized organizations. And so they're solving these issues of like voting and all of that, and they realize the same issue that, you know, if you have the token, if you have the NFT, you know, you can just buy as many as you want, you'll take the control of the whole thing. So what they did was said, okay, you're only allowed to vote if you contribute to something. So they reward you with these vote tokens, and, you know, no matter how much money you have to be the contributor of the
An
ecosystem.
active member who's contributing to the community, which that's a fantastic
Yeah.
idea.
So no matter how much money you have, like
You
they're
can just
listening.
go in and tip the vote.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yep.
And I think we're going to see so much more of this as we get more and more creative about how we can organize ourselves. I think the sky's the limit. I find it fascinating. What was the name of the company again?
Hypa, so it's
Hypa.
HYPH.earth.
HYPH.earth.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're
Everyone
building,
got that?
they're calling their system a decentralized human organization, because it is
I
all
like that.
about humans, right? And it's like, how do you get a bunch of people working towards the same goal, and they're creating these systems, and like, I've been just mind blown by the way they structure the whole thing.
Oh,
So I
awesome.
highly recommend checking them out.
Oh, I will for sure. Awesome. Great resource. Other comments? Or are we hungry for lunch? Over to you. Running.
All right, yeah, thanks for the presentation, very insightful. And I've been involved in 2000 specifically, and I see one pattern that I think is going to be a challenge in the future, and that is voter turnout.
Yes.
So initially, everybody is like very hyped about the project, everybody wants to contribute, but later on, people move on and stuff like that. So the voter turnout can be like 3% of the total votes is going to be casted. And I think like tools like Hypa, like we mentioned, is going to be helpful with that. But have you already seen discussions around this and how like basically members are incentivized or motivated to vote each time, besides just contributing, but some might want to just support the cause but not be very actively involved?
Yeah, that's a huge issue, and I've seen that happening in the communities I'm in. And I mean, I'm not even active in the votes, right? I mean, I've been off the last month and a half promoting my book. I haven't even been involved. So they are trying to incentivize in different ways. One way that I've seen Pixies do it is with POAP. The what does it stand for? I shared it with you. It's like attendance tokens. So every time you do a vote, you download this token and you collect those. Now, what we're going to use them for, I really don't know. But that was one way they were trying to incentivize. But I guess, you know, going back to what Blake was saying, the whole idea of perhaps rewarding or gamifying, I really don't know. I don't see people tackling that issue very well just yet. But I don't know. Has anybody else seen any? That company's doing it. Okay, they're finding ways to incentivize the voting. Yeah, because they're getting the people who are involved are the ones who get the vote. Yeah.
They're having smaller circles to vote on specific issues, so you don't need the whole organization to vote. It's
So
Yeah.
the marketing is you, and they make the decisions because they're more capable of making those decisions.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. So the online audience, he is saying that this company is also allowing for smaller parts of the DAO to then vote on certain things. So your marketing team is going to make the marketing decisions because they're the ones who are actually educated in that space and know what's going on, which makes a lot of sense. I think that's another problem is, who was I talking to? Was it Adam? That you're saying, there was a DAO that, will you tell that story? 'Cause that was really fascinating too.
I don't know which story
The
we are
story
talking
about
but,
that the DAO wanted them to make the
oh,
decision,
yes,
but they
yes.
didn't want to make the decision.
So there are actually like two problems. Yeah, one of them is that how your vote is rated, right? And the other one is competence, because not everybody knows exactly the right direction for the project. And people are usually very short-term oriented. So they are looking at their short-term gains, or they just think that that's the right decision for the company, but they're not competent enough to make that decision, right? So they're also part of another DAO, it's a treasure DAO, and that's where the story happened. That actually the community came forward and told them like, hey guys, like this is not the decision that the community should decide because you are the most competent people to make that decision. So in that sense, there is more like a centralized arm of the DAO and also a decentralized arm. And that's exactly why I really like the project, because people were competent enough to come forward and tell the team that we trust you and you can make that decision without putting it up for a community vote. Right.
And how did that end? Did they finally make a decision or?
Yeah, the team made the right decision. Yeah.
And I mean, I felt that way myself. I still feel that way on a lot of these votes. It's like, I know nothing about this. Why should I be voting? I really don't have enough knowledge or information to make that decision. And then you have to sort of think about it as, okay, well, how do democracies work, right? We're supposed to self-educate and learn about the issues and then make a responsible decision. But how much time do we really have to dedicate to all of these different communities that we're a part of? We might not take it as seriously as our national votes, right? For those of us who take those seriously. Awesome.
Our democracies have the perfect example.
Yeah.
People is not capable to take any decision, and it's not because the majority choose something that's the best.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually, in most cases, is exactly the opposite. Most people will choose something that's not the best for the system.
Yeah, for online audience, he is saying, it's the same problem we have in our real democracies, that the majority can easily choose something that isn't the best for the system. So, and that's where we have this opportunity in Web3, which I think is so exciting, to create the world that we want to see. We can look at and learn from the way the real world has worked and not worked, and we can try to create something different. And it's one big experiment. Every single DAO is a new experiment, and the way that they choose to organize, I think we're learning from every one of them how we can start, changing the way communities form and run themselves. So I find it very, very exciting. I hope all of you do as well, and that this was a good little introduction anyway to what DAOs are doing out in the world. So thank you very much. Stanley, back to you, or to Arthur, I don't know.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right, so see, because now the next speaker is going to be really cool because he's usually the guy that's here telling you about the next speaker. So that's why I'm here, is because the next speaker is Stanley! Yay! Stanley is going to be coming up here. We're going to be telling us about his project and how he created his project. And he's going to be talking a little bit about how using his photography and how he's literally transformed his photography business into NFTs and how that's actually working out for him. Okay, so let's be excited about Stanley! Yay! And then after Stanley, you know what we get to do? Lunch! Yes, we get to go to lunch. All right, take it away, Stanley.
Wow, that was a really top act to follow. It was really good speak. I'm not gonna take you too much time. I'll start off with this, so you guys could, yesterday I talked to the few artists and I share how important the story behind it, right? The vision, the purpose behind
why it is you jump into the NFT world, where you gonna contribute to the bigger community and all this stuff. So we'll start off with this, and I'll come back and chat.
If today were the last day of my life, would I do what I'm about to do today? A question that I ask myself every single morning before I head to my previous engineering work. And for the longest time, the answer was no, until I started to change the way I approach life. I'm Stanley, an award-winning, published, and exhibited travel photographer who have been to 29 countries around the globe. In 2018, I finally found the courage to leave my career as a mechanical engineer. A good job, a good income, and a comfortable lifestyle. But I realized that I want to pursue something bigger, to inspire and change people's lives, to leave a legacy. When I left my career, my mission was simple: to be able to experience and capture the unseen perspectives of the world, to be able to help others to pursue and live their dream life, and to help others to find hope, purpose, and happiness through that passion in photography. All inspiring moments are a second way, and camera is the tool that I choose to preserve it for generations to come. Photography is more than just an image, it is a translation of what we see, an experience of our passage in time. It transforms the feeling from the past to the present. It touches our imagination and conveys a story. Photography is our window to the world, our perspectives, the ability to recognize the simplest thing amongst the grandest landscape, the extraordinary in the mundane, the striking magnificence of Mother Nature, the once in a lifetime moment. Every journey is an exploration, and every exploration is an adventure. This is my journey. This is the Wicked Hunt.
All right, so that is just a little reel about. Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, so that was a little reel about why I got into photography. I guess I'm a big advocate for people to pursue their passion, whether you do it as a hobby, as a part-time or full-time. And this NFT world is a big game changer because now a lot of the power shift back to the artist. In the old days, we had to go through a lot of the gatekeepers, the galleries, and the people that establish themselves. And like the galleries take a lot of it could take a lot of commission, especially in the traditional ways, well as in the NFT world, especially. There was a time where, well, there is a big opportunity where the artist can get that appreciation right away, right? And where am I? The other one. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the whole reason why I put up the NFT world is I put the first collection or the Genesis collection is about the journey, right? And this is some of the shots that I was able to get during my travel. And when I left engineering, I got into the Instagram mindset of just try to take beautiful photos that people have taken, and I realized that I wasn't fulfilled with that, right? And that's where I want to. The purpose has changed. It was more about being able to capture the unique perspectives of the world and being able to present that to the rest of the world, right? I know a lot of you might not have seen a lot of these perspectives, right? Because those are the things that I inspire to do and inspire others to go outside of their comfort zone, the things that you always do. And the thing is, you don't have to go that far. Here in Bali, you could drive an hour and you get to Batur, Agung, and so forth, right? So the collection is called Adventure of a Lifetime, and this is a photo of mine, a self-portrait, me sitting on my Pathfinder, 2009 Pathfinder. Let's say good memories. But in here, if you can see, there's a big dipper, and there is a comet Neowise that's only it's not going to appear for another 6,800 years, and it's quite an intriguing things, right? But how it all started, it was from my trip in Europe, and that was my early photos. I remember going 5 weeks in Europe, and it was
one of the best trip of my life. But the photo itself could not represent its justice. So it's just like, man, that is not how I remember it. And the big inspiration was this screenshot. It's funny that I still have that screenshot. Literally, when I wanted to get into photography, I saw this screenshot and I was like, that's one hell of a shot. I want to take a photo like that, right? So I moved to, I was born in Bandung, here in Indonesia, West Java, and I moved to Perth, Australia to study engineering, right? And it was a safe path for me, right? Engineering was, it was the shortest amount of time to study with the biggest potential to earn, but as soon as you graduate, where others have to do internship and all that, engineers doesn't have to do that. So 6 years in engineering, and it really, took a toll on me. I was living a mundane day-to-day life, and I realized that my purpose was fading away, and I got really bored about life, and I was living for the weekend, right? So when I found photography, I thought, you know what, I got nothing to lose. What's the worst that could happen? Go back to Australia, work in Subway, which I have done, which not too bad, having sandwiches and put on salamis and old English cheese in there. So in 15th April 2018, I left my refinery for the one last time. And since then, so I was able to, win awards, get published in places like Canadian Geography, Petapixel, Daily Mail, as well as get interviewed online, have photo exhibition. But the coolest things of all, it's not none of them, right? Those are the things that kind of give me a confirmation that I'm on the right path, that, there's a lot of marketing aspect to it as well, good credibility. Hopefully you believe me now, right? But be able to capture a photo like this, that's truly unique. That is, that's something that I aspired. This was the very first time I captured that curve of the Milky Way on my career. And it's actually one of my most popular photo. Being able to chase Aurora Borealis. I mean, how many of you seen auroras? Yeah, so one person. Highly recommend it. It's crazy when you sit underneath it, you just become happy, right? Light pillars. I'm not sure if you heard of light pillars, but a lot of these are, really rare moments that will not happen again. It's one of a kind moments, and that's what photography is, right? It freezes a moment and preserve it for generations to come. And that's why I think the NFT side of photography is really cool, because a lot of these moments are one of a kind. And I'll show you the next one, which is, this is one of my favorite night ever. And that day I had like a whole year, two cameras, two tripods, about 18 kilogram worth of backpack, went up to this mountain, not knowing whether, the day gonna clear. It was actually a really cloudy day. But what you see here, you got the comet Neowise, which is not gonna appear for another 6,800 years. But at the same time, I was so gifted with the aurora. Now the aurora is quite rare, and especially at this part of the world. But during that day, it showed up, and I was able to capture the Milky Way with it. So then, I thought, what can I do in the NFT space? How can I offer value? I think, there's a lot of people that are stuck in their life, in their comfort zone, and if you're happy there, then that's perfectly fine, right? But I know that a lot of people could be happier. And a good example is me when I was 4 years ago, right? And that became a motivation for me, a purpose for me to inspire others and encourage others to get out of their comfort zone. So that's what the collection is all about. For example, this was, the very first time I was able to successfully capture the stars. That NFT has been collected, and that was the on the background, the very first time I captured the core of the Milky Way. And then, this, I'm not sure if you guys, how many of you been to Labuan Bajo beach? No? Okay, you got a few there. And it's one of the most beautiful beach in in Indonesia, and unfortunately, the colors is actually degrading because what makes the color is the coral that is colorful, and people tend to take that as a souvenir. So this may no longer be pink in 20, 30, 40 years time. And that's what makes it like really fun memories and really interesting, right? Being able to swim with the whale sharks. This was, it took us 3 times to, it's funny because the first trip that we went out there, we get to see the sharks. We get to see whales, but not the whale sharks. So it took us 3 times to finally see it. And being able to find unique perspectives of places like Queenstown, as well as exploring places like this. That when I first saw ice skate, I thought you have to be a professional athlete and all this stuff. But since I turned into photography, this is some of the things that I was able to experience. It was one of a kind moments. And yes, there's a lot of challenges over that. In fact, I could say it's definitely one of the hardest things that I've ever done in my life. But the reward is just so much bigger. So yeah, like this is it. And what is the adventure of a lifetime? So with the adventure of a lifetime, I say it's like, well, okay, what do I want to do with this collection, right? And I guess a lot of the artists could maybe draw inspiration or ideas from this as well. Is that okay? Well, the first thing is that I want to be able to share my artwork. So that's why, and leave a legacy, right? So that one day when I'm no longer there, this artwork is there, and when people search up Stanley Oriental, it's gonna be there. And that was one of the biggest things. But the other thing is like I want that art to be appreciated because those art are one of a kind art that is that took a lot of effort to take, took a lot of moment, a lot of research. And one of the things that I decided to do was the first, a few people's 3 collectors that jump into the collection will get a customized airdrop. Now, what is an airdrop? Does anyone know what's an airdrop? Perfect. So it's a big portion of you. An airdrop is basically a gift where, in the crypto world, we can send you an NFT, a coin or whatnot, a free coin, right? And that's one of the ways to incentivize, that can be used to incentivize the NFT or the business, right? So a good example is when you buy a ticket here, you get airdrop an NFT to your wallet, right? So it's customized because you tell me what you want out of my journey, and I'll put together a collection, and you can pick from there. And the next thing is that, okay, what else do I want to get? What do I want to do from my photography, from this journey? The 2 things is always being able to share these photos and either bring enjoyment or inspiration, but as well as helping others who want to be better or pursue their passion, whether it's in photography or other ways to like NFT, how NFT can help them to pursue that. So that's why with that, you get an option of either a one-on-one session with me, where you can ask me anything, learn anything that you have, that I have learned in the past, years, whether it's in NFT, photography, travel, whatever it may be. Or you get an option either to get a canvas frame if you're looking for a centerpiece for your home, or a photo book. And with that as well, it's going to be a 10% featured collection pre-sale as well as an exclusive NFT events. And one of the things that I aspire to do is to keep bringing back to the community and being able to onboard more people to the NFT world, because yeah, I mean, you guys have heard me how much I love the NFT and how much I think there's a really good possibilities to change the way we're doing things and to move for the better. So adventure of a lifetime. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And so what is next for me? I think the biggest thing that I want to do is I want to be able to create some sort of DAO with Heather. And it was great to listen to that because that really draw inspiration. I want to create a DAO for photographers and emerging artists because I know that before there's a funny quote that when I first started photography, it's like don't worry if you haven't made it yet, because the default mode as an artist is that you're already loose, right? It's really hard to make it as an artist, and I think being an artist is one of the most courageous things to do, because it's really hard to make money of it, especially in the traditional world. Now with the YouTube, Instagram, that kind of helps, and especially with the NFT nowadays, not only you get your name attached to your artwork, but also get appreciated through all basically through the blockchain and the system. So yeah, like that's me, and of course I'll continue traveling, I'll continue taking photo, and I'll continue chasing once in a lifetime moments.
Right.
So if you guys have any questions,
Any questions? Plus, remember that right now, actually, because Stanley, okay, is going to be auctioning off a single special NFT, okay, and it includes 30 minutes of his time. Is that right?
so with the NFT, I'll give two sessions. The first session of what you want to learn, and we basically will show you guys what you're trying to learn, what your goal is, what you want to get out of that session, and and then we start getting into what you can be doing so that you can achieve your goals faster and shorter, and basically cut down your learning curve, right? And the second thing that you'll get is you'll get a follow up. So a second session, once you implement all the things that we talk about in the first session, we'll talk about in the second session. Whether it's photography, travel, NFT, whatever you may do. So yeah.
And Stanley's NFTs are currently selling for over $1,000 on worth of ETH on OpenSea,
yeah.
right? So okay. But first question, yes.
Thank you. Great job. I have two questions. One is as an artist. So can you say that now you have all your incomes from NFT?
No, and I think as an artist, it's a whole fundamental of investing, right? You never put your eggs in one basket, and I'll always follow that. I know photographers who survive because he had a lot of multiple stream when COVID hits, and the thing is, I think the one thing that artists are, as an artist, we are creative, but one thing that we don't harness that creativity is in the business side of it. So, I think that's where there is a big gap, because business is the same thing. Entrepreneurial marketing is the same thing. It's like being creative, being different, being, game changer. And those are the things that are going to stand out, right? So, no, it is not the main income, but NFT gonna be a big part of the business. So for example, for next photo trips, right? It's gonna be highly dependent on the NFTs. The sales gonna be from the NFT, and then the holders will get future access to the next event and so forth. And that's one of the ways that I'm planning to bring value to the art, and separately to the business that I have. So the art itself could have its own value, standalone value versus the business itself. So even though, let's say the business is struggling, right, during whatever time, then the art itself can still thrive, and so vice versa. If people are losing faith in the art, then the business itself can still strive. And I think there's gonna be some sort of linkage, but my main goal is to be able to separate the two and give each their own value.
Nice. And the second question is, do you think your audience changed thanks to the NFT, or do you have the same audience than before?
Absolutely. I think the audience in the NFT, I mentioned to you guys earlier, the big thing in the NFT world is about connection. I feel like, in the past, people, Instagram is a good example. It's a one-way street. You post and you get commented, you get liked on, right? But in this Web 3.0, people appreciate that connection, the artist, the story behind the journey, behind the photograph or the art, right?
And that's what's really exciting, I think, for me, because I've got 20 plus thousand followers on Instagram, and I have 1,800 followers on Twitter, right? But I felt better to be in Twitter for that reason, because the people that are there are more connected, right? They don't just scroll through the photo, double tap, and like when people comes up, or like push up to it, or DMs me about, oh, where is this? Like it's like, what camera do you use? Whereas in Twitter you get to connect with people, you get to build community, you get to talk to different interests, right? And a lot of well, the first collector of my art actually she's not even in the photography world. So that's really cool that art actually have a chance to be appreciated for their own value, not for what the mass media thinks. So I think that's what's really cool about NFT, and what's really cool about about this new technology. Yes. Oops, okay.
Hi. Thank you so much for sharing your story. It's very exciting. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
So as you mentioned before, in the traditional art market, right, the gallery takes like a huge commission, which is true, but it also takes care of the whole marketing process and connecting with collectors and organizing exhibitions. So provides for a more or less stable income for the artists. And in the NFT world, as far as I understand, as an artist, you need to be also an entrepreneur and do all that job and connect to the collectors. So I just wanted you to share what's your journey been like? Is it a little bit exhausting to combine the creative part and the entrepreneurial part? And how do you actually connect to the collectors and make sure that they are actually collectors and not just one-time buyers? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. And the journey is simple, but it's not easy, unfortunately. I guess it really depends what you're after, right? You were right with that. Like the gallery takes care of a lot of these things, and therefore they take a lot of the cost. Fair enough. But one of the things that I think is interesting in the NFT world is the whole galaxy thing, the whole collaboration and lifting each other up instead of it's like, oh, what's my car, what's in it for me, right? And I see that so much in the NFT community, especially in the photography community, right? Where I'm really what we call immersing. And what's really cool about that is that we are building a new world together instead of competing against each other, right? And when one person have an idea and the other person have an idea, and they're kind of interconnected, instead of they go like, oh, damn, I need to get this happening first, they go like, oh, that's cool, I'm planning to do the same. It's like, oh, let's do something together. And yes, it's not perfect. There's still a lot of jealousy. There's a lot of FOMO and all this stuff that depression, imposter syndrome, right? In this space, and I think that will never go away until people mindset shift. And I think I see this as a big start in that shift. So that's cool. But the journey is, like I say, it's difficult. It's simple, but it's difficult. And one thing that I always think about is what I want to see this in 10, 20, 30, 50 years time, right? And if you keep letting someone else do them for you, then you cannot build it. But if you do the hard work right now, put all your time and the effort right now, you build it, you build the foundation, you build your tower, and it's there to stay. And the cool thing about it is that you get to leverage that in the future, so that you could, potentially move back from it, have a little more time for your life, for your passion, for your family. Because one of the things that really drive me was when I was a kid, my parents used to be away all the time, right? Trying to fund our life, basically, right? And that was the way. And I hardly see my parents. So I was like, I told myself, like, I have a kid, so I don't want that. I want to be with them. I want to be present. I want to be spending time with them, right? And I think this is where it becomes really powerful. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay, cool. Is there another question?
Any other questions?
Oh, there's another one here.
One more?
Where? On the blind spot. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. First of all, I resonate with your story very, very much. And I think it does take a lot of courage to make the step that you made, to quit your job, the comfort, the security, safety, and just throw yourself into something that you're passionate about. So big congratulations on that. I'm fascinated by the photography space. That's also something that I invest a lot of time and effort learning about that. I'm connected with hundreds of different kind of photographers as well, because I do think that this vertical is going to explode in the next 1 or 2 years. But I have not figured out how exactly. So when it comes to photography, there are like two aspects. One of them is the art. Yeah, you appreciate the art itself. The other one is as media material, right? So I'm just trying to pick your brain a little bit that where do you see the photography NFT space going, let's say in the next couple of years? What kind of additional applications are going to be for photography NFTs?
That's cool that you mentioned that. I think a lot of people kind of see photography and then you're like, well, like it's nice collector items, but can it really appreciate like the punks or the duels, And what's really cool about this, if you haven't heard her yet, her name is Kat Smart, and she's one of the biggest figure in the NFT world. And what she did, she's an amazing photographer. She does a lot of composite as well as single shots. And one of her shots, it's her most stolen shot, and that shot have been published over and over and over and over and over and over again on social media, on media, and she is, the credit never goes back to her, right? So she was like, man, this is really suck. And she literally had a spreadsheet, right, of all these claims that a copyright claim that she had put in. And I think she only won about 20% of the overall amount. So she got into the NFT world and she thought, you know what, this is really cool. What can I do with this NFT world, right? And she put that photo in the NFT world, right? And she said, you know what, once we sell, it will have a free license. So you could literally go to that site, download her photo, make a shirt out of it, right? You could use it for your website. You could use it for your banner, whatever it may be. It's free because it's already sold, right? But by doing that, the value of the NFT itself rises because now it's a tokenized, very, very unique, one-of-a-kind tokenized NFT that have a lot of demand for it, right? And coming back, supply and demand, cool, a lot of demand, it means it's what they call a really valuable piece. And that art sold for 100 each, right? And that was no floor building, no nothing. She built up her audience. Of course, she's an established photographer as well. But she built that up as well before the NFT world, right? That doesn't discount her for putting that effort. So yeah, like that's how exciting it is, and a lot of people are doing different things. For example, there's another guy where he uses his name is Ben, and Ben uses a technology where if you log on or if you log on to the site of that art, right, you get to see that particular scene with whatever time you're in right now. So right now we're about 12:30 p.m., right? And I think this photo was, I can't remember, was that from Utah or somewhere like that? But it's a mountain photo, and that will be, with the scene of 12:30. And if you go tonight, that will already change for whatever night. So again, man, it's really hard for me to say where this is going, but I know that collectors have started to shift from the PFP to photography because they realize that PFP is a highly hyped investment. And if you are looking for that kind of investment, then that's great, right? But at the same time, photography is more, it might be as slower kind of hype, but it is more secure in terms of investment. So
I guess, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it can go so many different kind of directions, right? So it's completely endless what kind of possibilities this space has. Just a couple of thoughts on like this photography in general. So I think we all have seen the craze about the PFT projects, right? I do think that there is going to be a craze around color photos, and I think photos are going to be very interesting as the color photos and collectibles. The other one that you mentioned about the dynamic photography that Ben is doing, async allows that you can actually upload like multiple versions of the photo, and then as it changes over time, or like like whether it's like morning, evening, afternoon, whatever, it changes dynamically and it's one single NFT, right? So I think that's also really cool. But when it comes to, for example, as a media material, that's what I've been like thinking a lot about. So now that a lot of Web2 companies are transitioning and becoming more Web3 friendly, right? So as, what was her name, Kat Simon. Yeah. So her stuff was used multiple times, right? It appeared in media, it appeared in different kind of newspapers and blogs and social media and so on, right? So essentially, whoever published that piece of art, like used one of her IP to drive attention to their own like individual purpose, right? And I think that that's where I see the biggest monetization opportunity in the future, when like social media giants are going to start allowing creators to monetize their work every single time when it was picked up or published by anybody else, and whoever owns the IP rights for that particular piece is going to start like getting that kind of royalties, maybe from like watch to earn. I think that was something that was mentioned yesterday. So every single time when somebody pays attention to this kind of material, those people are getting paid for it, and then also the creator is getting paid for it. So everything that we are going to see on social media is going to be financialized and monetized, and I think photography is going to be the cornerstone for that kind of user behavior. So anyway, I would love to catch up with you afterwards. I think this is super exciting, and hopefully maybe we can even work together in the future.
Yeah,
Thank you.
by the way, there's already a decentralized social media platform. There's already quite a few of them out there, so it's already happening. So,
Which one is that?
there is Deso, and the coin is Deso, and there's another one. I think I can't remember. I remember there. Sorry. Blue Sky. Okay, so that's I haven't heard that one, but there's another one for bloggers where if you like so for writers out there. So if you publish something and you get like and stuff, you get rewarded for it as well. So there's quite a few out there already. So yeah, it's definitely moving quickly. I know there is one Web 3.0 stock photo platform that is coming out as well. So yeah, I mean, man, this is what cool, right? I mean, that smart contract is really the cornerstone of this whole technology, and if that can, help you authenticate the artist, can help the artist to be appreciated and to be, I mean, those guys might earn from those photos, right? Or publishing on their website and stuff like that. But the big thing is the opportunity that have missed out or not having that name back to her, right? As simple as that. So yeah, I think it's really exciting time for this space.
100%. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you very much, everyone. And it looks like lunch is ready.
Well, no, we're gonna do the auction.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna do the auction because we got one staring these really super cool NFTs. Okay, remember that his stuff sells for over $1,000 on OpenSea. So we are gonna start the auction at $500,000.
Do you want me to pull up the NFT art first?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it?
We'll wait for you.
Okay. All right. So first of all, okay. So this is an original. Okay, yes, photograph. Okay, an original photograph. Okay, by Stanley. Okay, and it's of course related to Bali. Okay, and you are not only going to get
the actual NFT, but we're going to get some time with Stanley. So who starts at 500,000 rupiah? 500,000 rupiah. Got one. Okay, 500,000. Do I hear six? 600,000. 600,000. Whoa. Okay, we got four. Okay, so okay, 700. 700. Okay, 800. 800,000. 800,000. Okay, we got one, two. Okay, 900. Do I hear nine? Nine. Let's make it. Okay, 9K. How about a cool million? Cool million. 1 million. You can't. You don't. Okay, 1 million over here. Okay, all right, 1 million. I got 1 million. 1 million. Okay, so do you guys want lunch? Okay, I got 1.2 million. 1.1. Oh, okay. 1.1 million. 1.2 million. I got 1.2 million. Okay, 1.3. 1.3. Okay, so remember, this is only 10% of what they're selling for on OpenSea. Come on, people. Okay, is that 5 million? Oh, okay, 1.5, 1.5. Do I hear 1.8? 1.8 million, 1.8, do I hear 2 million? 2 million, 2 million, we got 2 million. How about that? 2.5, 2.5, 2.5 million, 2.5. Okay, do I hear anything? We got 2.5. Okay, remember this still, okay, you're looking at, okay, all right, 3 million, 3 million, I got 3 million, 3 million, got 3 million, okay, 3 million. Is still like less than a third of what these things go for. Is that 4 million? 4 million. I've got 4 million. 4 million going once. Okay, 4 million. Come on, let's go for 5. 5 is still less than half price. 5 million. 5 million. Anybody got 5 million? 5 million. 5 million. 5 million. Okay, going once for 4 million. Okay, how about 4.5? 4.5.
Hey, Arthur.
4.5. We got 4.5.
I got a good idea. I don't expect it to go this high, to be honest. And since it is going this high, right, I'm gonna give you guys an extra session with me. So you're gonna get 3 extra sessions with me.
Oh, 3 extra sessions.
As well as you'll get direct access to me. So you get my number so that you can get direct access with me. Having said that, I'm going to Nepal in about 2 weeks' time. So by that time, I'll probably won't reply. But when I'm back, for sure, we'll make this happen and all that stuff. So.
Okay, so far it's at 4.5. 4.5 from Lawrence. 4.5 from Lawrence. 4.5 from Lawrence with the extra time with Stanley. Okay, so that is a special extra bonus. I mean, the consultants, usually we charge crazy amounts of money, like $5,000-6,000 an hour. Okay, so I've got 5 million. 5 million. Okay, do I hear 5.5? 5.5. 5.5. Okay, 5.5, come on. Still, 5.5 is half price of what they're going for. Okay, 50% off. Plus all the extra time with Stanley. 5 million going once. Yes, it's only rupiah. It's not dollar. Thank you. 5 million going twice. So I hear 5.1. 5.1. It's only 100,000. It's like $8. 5 million going and sold for 5 million. Yes. All right. Congratulations. Okay. So you got time with Stanley. You can go ahead and cover the 5 million with Vilma over there. Okay. And she will set you up. All right. And thank you, everyone. Now, are you excited about lunch? Yay! Let's go down and have some lunch. Same place it was yesterday down here by the Bali Bamboo. So it's already served and ready for you to consume.
Yes, and coffee. Here's my drawing. Here's the drawing that I did. No, it got unfortunately for now. Okay. No, this is the mid releases. This is not This is a pterosaur, and as you see, this is a regular So you see, yeah, we around here, right? Yeah, it also makes me more curious. Did you want to buy one of my and also you can get my brother
May courage being a rock. May courage be a rock. Courage of being
deeply breathing.
As courage of being facing myself. As courage of being with fear.
As courage of being embracing uncertainty. Allowing sensitivity, tapping into the nuances, the delicate sensations, the delicate energies, observing with compassion, wanting to support.
Finding beauty and the expression of ranch life, the release, free, the expression, peace, fulfillment. Courage to try, courage to learn, the willingness to feel, yes, the courage to embrace, to learn what life is. Without judgment, it's fully accepted, with an enjoyment, with a care, and love, with a philosophy, with an embrace and respect, the beauty of the human spirit of being on that planet. In the fullness of being alive, I set myself free to be alive. What an opportunity to express something care. And I will always remember this experience because I've just learned more about myself. This process has allowed me to find aspects of myself that I wasn't aware of yet. Yes, thank you so much. The courage to feel that feeling.
Yes, Abirma, yes.
How much time we have before the next?
We are planning to have it like at 2
What time is it now?
and 1:45.
Okay, almost at it. Okay, so yeah, when
You wanna make the payment now?
Yes.
Okay, maybe later. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Nice place, I guess.
This one, right? The PDF?
Yeah, the PDF. PDF first and then the video.
This is the PDF and then the video. This one, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, later, later. I was saying hi to the guy.
It's ready.
Cool.
Cool.
What time is the next meeting?
2.
2 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. So
Mr. Venkatesh. No, this one here is
All right, let's go. Join the sea. All right, everyone, grab your coffee, and grab your seat. Grab your seat. Because the next thing that's gonna happen, it's gonna be the next thing that will happen. And this is how I know. All right, everyone, back to your seat, please. Come back to your seat. Come back to your seat. All right. See some conversation still happening there. All right, guys. Let's come back to your seat. Come back to your seat. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Find your seat. Find your seat. I see people still standing up, during so whatnot. Okay. Welcome back to the NFT Bali Summit. What is going on? How was lunch? Everyone's full? Too much to eat? It sounded like you guys had too much to eat. I didn't get any. All right. Okay, cool. All right, guys. So welcome back. That first half was incredible. How many of you get a lot of benefit of that first half? Beautiful. I think that was, the DAO was really amazing. The AI was incredible. You know, a lot of the other speeches as well with the new platform. It's been just one full day, and it's been incredible. So the next basically half of the day we got a handful more of interesting speakers, right? Different way of doing things, different way people leveraging the NFT, right? This new technology of smart contract token, non-fungible token in this era, and how they implement it to their business and how they want to create and change the world for the better, for the future. So, all right, finally got all your attention. That's great. Okay, so the next thing that we're gonna have, we're just gonna have a short exhibition with this. I'm gonna come around and talk a little bit about the art, and this is the exhibition, and I'll let him talk about the story behind it, a little bit story behind it, and introduce himself.
Thank you very much. I have no preparation for this, so I'm Gusti Wis. You can see I'm an artist. I'm doing this recently. Actually, this series is came from the 2019 series. It's a recent series that I work with. I'm Gusti Wis. I'm 42 years old. I'm Balinese. I'm living and also creating artwork in Ubud in Bali. So, yeah, that's background. This one I made just recently, just a couple of days ago, 2 weeks, yeah. I see the abstract in the world art. So this main idea is from I call it the series of Oblivion. Maybe you are aware of that. Because people is born with forgetfulness. And at a certain time of your life, you suddenly remember something that you never experienced of. That is the main idea about this Oblivion. Yeah, this the previous, this one I made in the 2021 last year. Yes, it's about the ancient memory that came to you, and you had no idea what you are doing. You spend the half of your lifetime but not knowing everything, and then at a certain age you start to realize what you are going through, and then this what came to me. Yeah, this is like the people, right? People like birds. People come from soil. They have different circumstances in life, different ecosystem. And when they gather together, they will make this some kind of conversation. They come the language. They have to know each other. They have to understand each other, and they will create this life or we call it culture, something like that. This one is more is recent. Yeah. Recently, I made this one because people also evolve, just like the mind. We used to be not knowing what we are, what we have to do with our brain, but somehow with this evolution, the memory is evolving. Yeah, we are inheriting the memory of our ancestors, of course, but somehow in every generation will be fading and they will reveal on certain point. That is how I describe my art. Here, just like the surface of your cerebral cortex, your brain, it can capture memories. It can absorb lights because the memory is like you know these lights
Yeah, that one.
Oh, this one.
That one's fine. Okay. Okay, so each one of these, basically, this is the NFT, plus you're getting the actual original painting itself. Well, not the actual painting, sorry. The full version, the full image of the painting, plus the story. Okay, so do I hear 500,000? Gusti's first NFT got 500,000, 500,000. Okay, do I hear 600,000, 600,000? Okay, 600,000, got 600,000. Okay, remember, you are supporting a local artist's first entry. So this is not just, remember, this is the first mint. If he gets famous, this is going to be the most famous NFT ever, right? So, okay, do I hear 700,000, 700,000? We got six. Do we hear 700,000, 700,000? Okay, yes, 700,000 from Emilio. Okay, Emilio. All right, remember, you're getting 2 NFTs for the price of 1. Okay, do I hear 800,000? 800,000. Do I hear 800,000? Okay, the first NFT ever minted from the soon-to-be famous Gusti. Okay, do I hear 800, 800, 800? Okay, 800, got 800. Okay, do I hear 900,000? Come on, we're getting close to 1 million. Let's just go for a cool million. Anybody go for 1 million? 1 million, 1 million from Emilio. Yes, okay. Remember that you are not only supporting the artist, but you are also creating an opportunity for the artist to say, wow, I sold my first NFT to this person that's going to be the lucky person. Do I hear 1,100,000? 1,100,000. Okay? 1,100,000. 1,100,000. 1,100,000. Okay, ready? No? Okay. 1 million, 2 million, going once. 1 million to Emilio, going twice. 1,100,000. Okay, all right. So we got 1,100,000. 1,100,000. All right. So we got, okay. Now we got get the next one. The next one. Okay. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. Who's got 1,000,002? Who's got 1,000,002? 1,000,002. Okay, 1,000,002. Come on, Emilio. 1,000,002. Okay, 1,200,000. All right, fantastic. Okay. All right, so remember, okay, so now not only this, but you're also going to get some time with Gusti who can give you a signed letter with an image of the NFT that says, hey, you have purchased my first NFT. So that is going to increase the value already. So do I hear, what was it, 1,000,002, right? 1,000,002. So we got 1,000,003, 1,000,003, 1,000,003, including the free letter. Okay, signed by the artist. Okay, so I got 1,000,003, 1,000,003. Back to you, Emilio. 1,000,000. Or sorry, 1,000,004. Okay, let's just go 1,000,005. Why not? 1,005,000. 1,500,000 rupiah, not dollars. Okay, so we're still doing it. Okay, so anyone go? Okay, 1,005,000 going once to Emilio. 1,005,000 going twice to Emilio. And sold 1,500,000. Emilio, congratulations. All right, so you'll be able to go ahead and play Mirma. And don't forget that Gusti is also, you get to, kind of spend a little bit of time with Gusti. He's going to sign all this stuff. We're going to give you these NFTs with this. Plus, of course, like I said, you get 2 for 1. You're going to get the full image, the digital image of this particular painting as well. And you're going to get the signed paper copy from Gusti himself with an actual pen ink signature. How cool is that? All right, okay. So are you happy, Gusti?
Yeah, happy.
You sold your first NFT. Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, and now we go back to our master of ceremony.
That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. I love how yeah, I love how that just supporting the art, local artists. It's gonna be a game changer for sure. So that's amazing, and I think this is what's really cool. It's like on board people are like this who are not, who don't know about NFT, but bring them in and actually give them new opportunity. And who knows where that goes, right? You see that the bid today, but in 2 years time, you never know what that's gonna value at. So it could be the next 4K outcome. Maybe. All right. So how's everyone doing? What's What is your biggest takeaway from this morning so far? All right, hands up. What is your biggest takeaway from this morning so far? Yeah, go right ahead. Just in a second.
I really enjoyed learning about AI and ways that you can incorporate it into your business so that you don't have to be present all the time, and how that intelligence could practically run things for you and understand, and then also the DAOs.
Yeah, fantastic. I think the AI is and the DAO really had make a big difference, right? That is the new culture. That is the new things that is happening. So yeah, it's really interesting how that comes about and how it will make a big difference. All right, the next speaker, we have someone who exclusively fly into Indonesia for this NFT Bali. Our next speaker is Venkatesh, right? And his project is .com Infoway. It's basically a marketplace for the emerging entertainment industry in India. So that's something we haven't. It's something quite new for. I know the entertainment industry is really big and popular in India, and we'll see how the NFT is gonna apply to all of that. All right, makes sense. Welcome. Give him a round of applause.
Thanks, Andy. So, good afternoon, everyone. Great. So, the first speaker after lunch, that's what I was fearing, and it happened. It always happens to me, and yet again here at Bali. So, okay, so I'm going to be talking about the entertainment industry and how the NFTs are playing an important role in India, and what the Indian scenario is related to the NFT market overall. Okay. So do I need to explain this? Okay, so basically this is how. True? You can't see, okay. Okay, it says selfie with my dog is $1. And NFT selfie with my dog is $1. Yeah, thank you, thank you. So, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, now a question. Does anyone know who this is? No? Bingo. Okay, I will read it. Is it clear? He spent 10,000 bitcoins to buy pizzas, 2 pizzas, because it was going at around $41 at the time, and he bought Papa John's pizzas by paying 10,000 bitcoins. And imagine what they would be doing with that 10,000 bitcoins. I'm talking about Papa John's. Would they have given it as exchange to somebody else? So it's something interesting. Okay. NFT in India. So basically from cinema. So we're going to talk about show business and entertainment and the industry in particular about in India actually it's like you have a huge fan following for cinema, music and sports. So these are the aspects we are touching upon. I mean, I'm going to talk about in this presentation. So Amitabh Bachchan is one of the most popular and most paid actor who's he's been there for almost 40 years in the industry. And then you have big names like Shah Rukh Khan. Must have heard of Shah Rukh Khan. A lot of people know them, though they are they're very popular outside India as well. Then you have Salman Khan, and then you've got Yuvraj Singh, cricketers again. So we got Yuvraj Singh, Rohit Sharma, and Sunny Leone is actually she's a pornographic actress, but she's now into actual real movie acting. So these are some of the celebrities who have actually entered the NFT space and who are also getting into the metaverse. But in India right now, it's a very early stage. So if you look at the numbers, it's only around 5,769 NFTs have been sold so far. And it's a very early stage in India because of many reasons. But there is a lot of scope. So as per some stats from Deloitte, they say that sports alone will generate around 2 billion in NFT markets in India. Okay, now who's searching for NFTs worldwide? It's not the US, it's not India. Singapore, anybody from Singapore? Oh, great. So Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Canada, and Australia. As per Google Trends, they are the top people who are actually searching for NFTs. Okay, and what are the barriers in India? Regulations and lack of awareness of the technology. And the major problem is the government is a bit, they are not very clear on what they want to convey. Maybe it's on a purpose or I don't know. It's earlier they said cryptos are, you cannot invest, you cannot buy cryptos, you cannot do anything in India, it's illegal. And then later, earlier this year, they said if you have cryptos, any income that you generate will be taxed at 30%. So what does it mean? But again, there is no regulation, there's no procedure. You're not getting a KYC. If you want to have a wallet, it's very difficult to do that in India. It's a very early stage again, as I said, and that's the reason why NFTs are still in the very early stage. And most of the NFTs are actually working in the fiat currency and not in cryptocurrencies. Some of the names in India is one of them is Wazirex. So basically, they started and they sold. They were the first in India, and they sold around 160 pieces of digital art just in a month after they launch. And something very interesting about music NFTs. There's a music composer his name is Kabir Vasuki, and he made a small demo version called Vasanam. It's a Tamil video, and it was sold for 50 Ethereum coins. So this happened last year, and which is actually around close to $200,000. He was the person who bought it. He's from Singapore. Again, Singapore, cheers Singapore. And he's an Indian from Singapore who settled in Singapore, and he's the same person who bought the Beeple NFT at $69 million. And we have one of the singers, musicians, Sonal Nigam. He's actually launched his track in London last year. Some more like Jupiter Media, they're coming up with a launch of music NFTs. Okay. So Amitabh Bachchan, actually, he's the most popular persons to join the bandwagon in India. His NFT collection sold for about $1 million, and that's a huge number actually, considering the early stage in India. And I'm going to play a video later, which will explain this. So what we have learned, at least in India, is we are not very sure whether the craze in the NFT will actually sustain over a long time, because we want to. Our advice is always for NFT creators to create extra value and give utilities and perks, so that in case for some reason it all happens. It happened in the the .com era, everything crashed. then you had cryptos, it went up so much and then crashed. So anything may happen. But when you have utilities or any, so we would, there would be always a guaranteed success. So that's what one of the recommendations. And so that is, and choosing the right blockchain and marketplace, and building a community is very important. So these are the 6 top marketplaces, NFT marketplaces in India. Wazirex is the first. Then you have Jupiter Meta is yet to come. Beyond Life actually does the Amitabh Bachchan NFTs. Bali Coin is very new. The other 2 collection is for sports, and Digital is for music and videos. So basically, they have started this, and they actually work with mostly, predominantly South Indian content. Okay, and it's a new kid on the block. That's Mindal. That's that's a platform that we launched. I just launched this before I got here. So it's a new product. Basically, what we're doing is we're trying to bring we're acting as a bridge between the celebrity, the actor, and the community, the fans. So basically, what we're doing is we are creating a primary and secondary marketplace. Right now, the problem in India is like there are only 1 or 2 NFT marketplaces which is having a secondary marketplace. So what we actually were trying to do is we want to make sure once anybody buys anything on our marketplace, they also have a very good opportunity to resell it. And again, the premium, and to ensure that we have a lot of packages which go along with it. So what we're doing is we sign up deals with celebrities, music directors, production houses, and music labels, and we offer NFTs in different formats, which is digital art, music, videos. And this is our first drop, which is coming up next week. Is actually his name is Arya. He's an actor in South India. So we're doing around 50 NFTs that we're going to be launching, and this is just 50. And 50 are going to be unique, and there's going to be again we're going to have auction for just maybe another 2, which are again going to go on other platforms. So around 52 we are planning. And the advantage is not only you're getting unique access to the NFT or ownership of the NFT, but you're also having access to meet and probably have a coffee or spend a day at a studio at a shoot, or probably because he's a cycle enthusiast, he's actually won some cycling event in Sweden. So actually, he spend an evening a cycle tour with Arya. So these are the types of perks we are trying to bring along with this. And this is the NFT collection, which we have talked about. I think the wait list is on. So hopefully we should be ready with the drop in a week from now. And we've tied up with around 15 celebrities in India, and we plan to do this every month. We'll be bringing a new artist onto the platform. So our model is very simple. For the actor, for the artist, they have for them there's no entry barrier at all. So once they sign up with Criminal, they get to sell their whatever they want, music or their videos or their pictures in the digital art which we create for them, and have access to their fan community. So we maintain the community, and also we actually help for the interaction. And going forward in the future, we are planning to have digital avatar of the celebrity on the metaverse, so where they have a meet and greet during their birthdays or special events. And And also what we're doing is like, because of, to increase the value of the concept of mineral NFTs. So anybody who's buying an NFT, a mineral NFT, could be Arya, could be anybody else, will have access to specific events. Like for example, there's an awards program, music awards or something happening in India in the entertainment space. Then they get exclusive access to that, or the movie premieres, they get special tickets for that. So those are the things that are perks that we're planning to go for the mineral NFT holders. And our model is very simple. We plan to just copy paste the same concept to every industry, every entertainment industry around the world. So if you're going to do something like this in India, we show the success and we just take that across to various countries. Because in every country, there's a huge fan following for entertainment, cinema. Okay. So, are you ready for a quiz? Okay. You want me to read it? Visa Inc. Recently purchased this NFT for 49.5 ETH in a show of support for NFTs and cryptocurrency. Options: Subduct, CryptoPunk, CryptoCurrency, for Penguin. If somebody said that, okay, CryptoPunk, okay. Anybody else differs on that? Okay, we're going to see how many of you got this right. I told this earlier.
It's gonna be people.
Bingo. Okay, the answers are decentralized land, sandbox, Somnium, all of the above. All of the above. Jake Paul? Logan Paul? Okay, let's find out. Okay, let's see the answers now. Okay, how many of you got all the 5 right? Nobody. 4. Okay, there's no prizes, but anyway, thank you. And questions? Yes.
Hi, very nice NFT market. I have a question. Your market is only in India, or do you work with producer in other countries like Europe or USA, for example?
Right now, we are launching in India because we are targeting. We want to make the business plan, everything which is focused on that. We want to show the success and then replicate the same over to other countries. So right now, it is focused on India.
Any competitor in other countries?
There's no competitor for this in any other countries.
Thank you.
Yes.
What is the revenue share you share with celebrities?
We do a 50-50 revenue share. And that's on the primary sale. On the secondary sale, there's a royalty of 10%.
So the NFT carries a royalty of 10%, right?
On the secondary sale, yes.
And that goes to you, or 50-50 again?
10% goes to the celebrity, 10% comes to us, the 80% is goes to the person. Cool.
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, so 50-50, it's basically 50% goes to the owner, the person who owns that the product, the celebrity, and the 50% comes to the platform. And on the secondary sale, 80% goes to the person who actually sold it, and 10% goes to the as a royalty to the celebrity, and 10% comes to the platform.
I have two questions. Given the spending power of the general Indian person, what chain do you plan to use, or what chain are you using to mitigate transaction costs and transaction fees? That's my first question. And the second one is, what do you think is the greatest use case for NFTs in India, or what's the greatest appetite that's emerging?
Yeah, first question is very simple. Right now you're using only fiat currency because the penetration of crypto, having a wallet and buying that is very less in India because the target market is Indians worldwide, the first priority. So we talk about we are accepting payments through bank transfer and also through other wallets. So basically, I'm talking about the local wallets.
Okay.
So so we're doing everything. You can also get the credit card and all that. Second question was,
what do you think is the best use case or the most in-demand use case for NFTs in India?
As I told you, the Big B was sold. The NFT was sold around $1 million. I think that was a particular good example of a very good success story.
So what's that, like collectibles or fine art or?
It was just a picture. I think I had it earlier.
Do you think that's representative of the broader market?
No, it's not.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's it. So the thing is that today the problem is most of the NFTs right now which are being sold only once, and now it doesn't happen. It actually happens for a few reasons. You all know. One is it's something unique. You want to buy it the first time. You want to see how it is and then take it and for a pride. And the second would be it's very rare and it's everyone is talking about it and you want to get it. So the second the problem is you're not able to resell it, and that's why we're trying to find a way where there'll be a utility attached to it. So right now there is not most of the NFTs right now in India, they have almost no nil utility attached to it. So we're trying to bridge that. When we launch, we are planning to launch with power pack utilities. So whether you buy it, and then definitely it's going to increase. The value is going to increase. There's no way it's going to go down. We are very bullish on that.
Sorry, I didn't get that. How do you ensure that the value is not going to go down?
By creating demand, actually. So right now what we're doing is if there are going to be only 50 NFTs or 52 NFTs that we are planning for the first drop. So when we have an event or a couple of sort of premieres which have only which give access only to those who have those NFTs, and there's going to be more of these events coming up. There's going to be a huge demand, and I may want to sell my NFTs to somebody at a higher premium, and then that's what we're going to create. We're going to create that market so that there is always a premium for this.
How do you facilitate secondary sales if it's not on blockchain? Like, how do you do splits?
Right now, yes, it's through smart contract. Right now, what we're doing is only the payment right now is you can do through fiat currency, but when the money comes in, we actually it is split through directly to the wallets.
So if I'm selling one of the NFTs to him, for example, how do you? He said he's not going to buy it. No. How do you get your 10% of that sale?
Yeah, I mean through smart contracts. Yes.
So the fiat that you said is basically translated or mirrored from a smart contract in the blockchain, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much for that, especially flying all the way from Bali exclusively for this. Oh, that's a mouthful. All right, so next one, we have Bradley. Bradley, are you ready? All right, so Bradley is a business developer from next gen layer zero blockchain. How many of you heard of layer zero blockchain? Got one. Okay. How many of you know why decentralization matters? Well, that's perfect because we will talk exactly for that. So it looks like a lot of you will get a lot of benefit from this. Man, you're so tall. We're like saying hi. Well, I'll leave the stage.
Thank you. How's everyone doing? All right. So before I start, I just want to say that I came into the space very much an optimist and very enthusiastic about the promise of blockchain and what that offers for humanity, and I still am. But I think after half a decade of being in the crypto blockchain space, I've become more of a realist. And so I don't want what I'm saying to be a downer on today, but actually just to shed some light on some of the things that I've learned along the way, and actually some of the things that have motivated me to become a community member for Verus. Verus, I'll talk about a bit later. Essentially, it's a decentralized layer zero blockchain platform that offers some really robust and functional tools for the space, but we'll get into that a little bit later. So Web3 promises us a decentralized future where the consumer can own part of the networks we participate in. With this ownership, we're told, comes democratized access, participation, influence, and opportunity. Why then does Jack Dorsey write on Twitter, you don't own Web3, the venture capitalists do, and their limited partners do? It will never escape their incentives. It's ultimately a centralized entity with a different label. Know what you're getting into. So just, think about that. So consider Bitcoin, for example. It's the most well-known fair launch blockchain protocol. It had no ICO, no pre-mine, no venture capital or company backing, and no founders fund. When pressed by one of Andreessen Horowitz's partners to embrace chains other than Bitcoin, Jack replied saying, it's critical we focus our energy on truly secure and resilient technologies owned by the mass of people, not individuals and institutions. Only that foundation will provide for the applications you allude to. So though a large part of the Bitcoin mining power, a large part of the mining power that provisions the Bitcoin blockchain has become centralized, the nature of its origins differentiates it from chains like Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, Avalanche, Polkadot, etc., in the eyes of regulators who, it seems, are waiting for the opportune moment to play their cards. Blockchains like these that are not fair launched create a power asymmetry between the early funders and the rest of the users. These imbalances can lead to manipulation of the network, and so it upsets and undermines the promise that we started with and takes us back to a place where centralized powers control the network. So why does this matter, and why should you care? History has shown that when an individual or a group of individuals has the opportunity to act in their own self-interest, it's usually just a matter of time before they do. Imagine being a Russian citizen right now. Your government has gone to war. You may or may not agree with that decision. Regardless, you and your fellow citizens have been cut off from global banking services, including the majority of online transactions. And as of a few weeks ago, your money was worth 40% less than it did when the war broke out earlier. Sorry? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm trying to speak truth, but don't take anything I say at face value. Please do your own investigation and trust no one, really. Do your own research and verify everything yourself. But I am trying to be somebody that speaks truth. So thank you for acknowledging that. Let's look further east. The Chinese social credit system rates the people of China on a range of metrics: financial creditworthiness, judicial enforcement, commercial trustworthiness, societal trustworthiness, and government integrity by gathering and sharing data, curating blacklists and red lists, and administering punishment, sanctions, and rewards. Should your beliefs or values differ from those of the current government or leading representative, Your ability to travel, gain employment, access finance, or enter into contracts could all be affected, potentially leading you to being marginalized from society. This is frightening, by the way, and this is one of the main things that drives me to bring various and similar technologies to market. So how does this relate to NFTs? NFTs is said to give users the ability to own objects, which can be art, photos, code, music, text, game objects, basically whatever people can dream up in the digital space. NFTs exist on top of blockchains like Ethereum, and almost all dApps use either Infura or Alchemy to interact with these blockchains. In fact, even when you connect a wallet like MetaMask to a dApp, it interacts with the blockchain via those two apps. Neither the dApp nor your wallet actually verifies the blockchain state or the authenticity of the responses. The results aren't even signed, so you can later validate them. Essentially, the app asks, hey, what's the output of this smart contract? And then, Alchemy or Infura responds with, yo, this is the output. And then the app renders it. Furthermore, MetaMask reuses the same connections for all the accounts in your wallet. So if you're managing multiple accounts in an effort to try and maintain some identity separation, these companies know their links. Unfortunately, a wallet has to run on a mobile device or in a web browser, but Ethereum and most other blockchains have not been designed to interact with mobile devices or your browser. So there's all this work that has gone into creating these fancy blockchains with trustless distributed consensus mechanisms that virtually all clients accessing it simply trust the outputs from these two companies without further verification. Imagine every time you went to a website in Chrome, your requests first went to Google before being routed to the destination and back. It doesn't seem like the best privacy solution, yet that's exactly what happens with Ethereum today. All write packages are obviously already published on the blockchain, but these companies also have visibility to almost all read requests from almost all users in almost all the apps. Most people think when they think of NFTs, they think of images and digital art, but NFTs generally don't store the data on chain. It would be way too expensive. Instead, most NFTs contain a URL that points to the data. What's pretty shocking, or what was shocking for me to learn is about NFT standards, is that there's no hash commitment for the data located at the URL. This means that for many NFTs on many popular marketplaces, often being sold for hundreds, thousands, if not millions of dollars, that URL just points to a VPS somewhere running Apache. Anyone with access to that machine, anyone who buys that domain name in the future, or anyone that compromises the machine can change the image, title, description, or other information of the NFT to whatever they'd like at any time, regardless of whether or not they own the token. Yeah.
So basically, someone could just some hacker could just go up and vandalize a $1 million NFT.
Yeah.
And make it look like it's worthless.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Exactly. So there's nothing in the NFT spec that tells you what the image should be, or even allows you to confirm whether the linked image is correct. This is not always the case, but this is the case most of the time.
I know, it's so basically, imagine buying $1 million NFT and then a few weeks later.
It turns into an emoji. Yeah, exactly.
And then you try to sell it out, and no, it's no way that is the actual NFT.
Exactly. Yeah. So furthermore, while on the subject of decentralization and on this point, OpenSea have providence to remove any NFT listing they believe violates their terms of service. Suffice to say, if your NFT is removed from OpenSea, it disappears from your wallet. It doesn't functionally matter that your NFT is indelibly on a blockchain somewhere, because the wallet and increasingly everything else in the ecosystem is just using the OpenSea API to display the NFT. It doesn't seem that most participants know or particularly care that these dynamics are at play. Clearly, it has little negative effect on the velocity of the ecosystem expanding. But this might suggest that decentralization itself is not actually of immediate practical or pressing importance to the majority of crypto users or NFT buyers. What they actually care about is where the money is, or put another way, number goes up.
Yeah.
So what's the solution?
Okay. Where's the lady? Okay, maybe you want to bring up the website at this point. No problem. So, I'll just let her come around one second.
It's Verus.io. Yeah, VERUS.
So,
VERUS.
So imagine a worldwide network as scalable and as accessible as today's internet, capable of processing financial transactions in dollars, euros, Bitcoin, Ethereum, or even custom currencies or auto-rebalancing multi-currency baskets, and ensures all currencies are accounted for flawlessly. It facilitates the complete safety and security of value, the verification of all real-world actions, and the ability for people to present a verifiable reflection of the sum of their lifetime experiences. It facilitates equality of opportunity for all, where kindness can be exchanged without fear of fraud or humiliation, and enables the values, votes, and voices of a community to be immutably expressed and secured by that community. All data is verified, private, protected, and provable, enabling exchanges of self-evident truths, and all exchanges can be certified, smart, and secured without the need to rely on costly intermediaries. The network is available to all, as are its state-of-the-art tools, and it's designed such that it can be cheaply and easily secured on personal computers or mobile phones. The protocol is called Verus, which means truth in Latin. The lead dev was one of 22 technical fellows at Microsoft, their highest ranking technical engineers, responsible for writing the kernel for Windows 95, architecting their virtual machine .NET and Java, among other technologies, still being used to this day. He designed Verus as his solution to the surveillance state he saw emerging in the US and abroad. Verus' public blockchain as a service enables anyone to create their own fully fractal, interoperable, cross-chain blockchains or tokens without the need for technical programming ability. These blockchains are endowed with self-sovereign identities. So this is the ability to create and control digital identities that correlate with real-life activities. So it could be loans, KYC, reputation scores, voting, those kinds of things. Full privacy capability through ZK snarks and zero-knowledge proofs. Just a quick word on that, if people don't know about zero-knowledge proofs. It's a way that you can basically verify a claim without actually sharing the data. So there's no risk of a data leak because the data is never being shared. It's just an attestation that the data is verified. So it's a very clever way of sharing information without actually sharing the information, if that makes sense. They have a fee-free marketplace which is live now, so you can trade your NFTs or other data without paying any middlemen. It's totally peer-to-peer. Full cross-chain compatibility. So, for example, the metadata from your NFT travels with them cross-chain, which I don't think anyone else is doing right now. DeFi and automated market makers designed to eliminate smart contract risk, front-running, and miner extractor value, so it's fair and safe for all participants. So again, for the technical people in the room, all the transactions in a block are processed at the same time at the same price. So there's no ability or incentive for miners to prioritize one transaction over another because they're all done at the same price. And you can read about that more on the website. There's a proof of power consensus mechanism, which is 50% proof of work, 50% proof of stake. And not only does it provide incredible security being designed that way, but it's also ASIC resistant mining that's so energy efficient it can be run on a mobile phone, and staking possible with just a fraction of a token and with no lockup periods, so it's available to everybody. It's also quantum ready for when quantum computers come online. These are just some of the benefits of the technology that's been designed. So in short, Verus is a fair launch layer 0 blockchain that eliminates the smart contract vulnerabilities that cost chains like Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Solana, Phantom, Polygon, etc., cumulatively billions of dollars each year in hacks. In today's world, free digital services mean that you, the user, are the product. Your data is being harvested and sold to advertisers, This data is also attractive to governments looking to extract value from its populations. And with the exponential rise of artificial intelligence and machine learning, this data gets further processed, stored, and shared. As the data becomes co-mingled with a person's biometric data, interacting with virtual reality or the metaverse is literally like strapping yourself into the matrix. They know everything about you. So just to give an example, say you're watching a Netflix show and your Apple Watch is monitoring your heart rate, your breathing rate, your skin temperature, oxygen in your blood, all of these things. They know how you're reacting to the media you're consuming. They know the media you're consuming. Suddenly, your personal profile is just that much more detailed, and you're that much more easy to manipulate. So it's so important that people take the necessary steps and responsibility to provision their own data. And again, we hope to facilitate that. Verus is a solution that brings about truly decentralized blockchain technology and enables people to own their own data and decide where and how it's shared. This includes the ability to prove that data, whether it's an identity, a financial transaction, or otherwise, independent of governments, banks, and other intermediaries. I want to live in a world where people's human rights are just as relevant in digital space as they are anywhere else, and all human beings can enjoy freedom of thought, movement, justice, and liberty. So join me in bringing about and realizing the utopia of Web3. I'm open to any questions. Thank you. Can we get this guy a mic? Well, you're pretty loud. Okay.
Okay, so my one question, and what makes you, it's like, what do you think why people currently don't care about the decentralization of crypto?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that crypto itself is pretty complicated, and what I just shared was a simplification of what's essentially a very difficult situation to find a solution for. And if people can make money and ride a hype train, and they are making money, let's just say certain people are.
So they're willing to they're like, screw the decentralization. I'll just care about the cash.
Yeah, basically. That's that's a simple answer to a very complex question, but yeah, in essence. Question?
I would add that a lot of people don't know. They don't realize. I mean, there's a lot of buzzwords that go around. Everything's decentralized. Everything that's on blockchain is decentralized. There's a lot of nuance to that conversation.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm guilty of that for years. I trusted that, the chains that I was investing value into delivered on these narratives that they were purveying. And it's only, I would say, in the last year that I've learned just how deep that rabbit hole goes and how short most of these blockchains fall of that promise.
Right. With Verus, do you have any data on the number of nodes that are running right now?
Yeah, it's about 20,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Okay. So you can run a node on your, as I said, it's 50% proof of work, 50% proof of stake. You can run a node on your computer or on a phone, and the actual algorithm is optimized for CPUs, so as not to get into like an ASIC arms race.
It's got kind of a fixed supply model as well.
That's right, yeah. I think it's around 60 million tokens, of which something like 80% are already in circulation. And all those tokens have been fair mined. There is no, as I said, it's a fair launch, so they've all been mined by the community.
Right. No venture capital.
That's right, no VC mine, which has meant that it's the project started in 2018. PBAS, which is Public Blockchain as a Service, and which is their ability for people to launch their own fractal blockchains with all the tools that I just mentioned, is coming online in the next 6 weeks or so, and that'll be the final piece of the initial vision. And so then, all the code is open source, it's out there, people can build and do whatever they want. Most of the tech is already live at mainnet, so IDs, the fee-free marketplace, all of these things. But that will really be when the whole thing goes to another level.
So this might get in a little too deep into it, but for the decentralized identities, Do you guys have somebody doing the KYC on the back end, or are you partnered with institutions?
Eventually there will be partnerships whereby your real world actions serve as attestations to whatever you're claiming. So for example, if you have a bank account with a certain bank, that will verify your identity in a certain way. But again, I don't know the complete specifics of some of the technical stuff, but I understand that it's important that you might want to share certain information with your bank, and that information might be different to what you want to share with your insurance company, and that in turn may be different to what you want to share with your doctor. So it's important that you can, as I said, make these attestations and share what is necessary and relevant to the party you're engaging with. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Any other? Yeah, the guy with the glasses.
And how many projects are launched on the chain? What's your system composed of?
So there's currently a backlog of projects that are looking to launch, because really to use the full capability of the system, they need to be able to run their own chain. So I would say that at the moment, the community has been testing and hardening the base layer technology. And once PBAS goes to mainnet, it's been in testnet for over a year now. I think you'll see dozens of projects come online.
And so when do you plan mainnet to launch?
Well, so mainnet is live, but as I said, the PBAS is not yet live.
About 1 quarter or 5 years?
Within a couple of months. They're going to be launching. They're taking a stand at ETH Austin, which is mid-June. So I'm pretty sure it'll be done by then. Yeah. Just to add to that, I'm also doing business development for one of the chains that is launching called Value, and that will be kind of like the consensus or the merchant bank for Ferris and that ecosystem. So if people have projects that they are looking to utilize this technology, and that's something that's interesting, that you can reach out to me and we can discuss that. Please.
Thanks for coming to the presentation. I really appreciate people who come out here and tell the truth. It's like all this craziness about NFTs and all that, but in reality, majority of people don't even know that they're just buying a link of a picture on some server.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's what you're doing. You're paying your hard-earned cash to buy a link to a picture. Yeah. Right? So it's good to understand the underlying model.
Yeah, I was shocked when I learned that as well. And it's just the crypto. Crypto obviously is indelibly linked with blockchain tech, and I've just been in the space long enough that I have learned, and that's why I gave the kind of preamble to this talk, that nothing is really as it seems on the surface. And I really urge people, if you're investing money, to do your homework. Yeah.
I don't have a question. Just appreciation for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to add and actually come up with a question related to what you just pointed out. So first of all, I also want to thank you, because I'm one of the also persons that really appreciate all the values that you share, which I believe that are the values of the Web3, which are pretty much ignored. But now coming back to this particular case that you just pointed out, is Verus using a second chain for distributed servers, something like IPFS, or how do you solve the problem of, because, okay, we know blockchain, cool, but then what you have is just a very small amount of information that you can put in there, but how about the real content? Let's say that I have a programmable, whatever it is, that is the actual value of my NFT, if that was the case.
Yeah.
But where is it stored? Is it stored in various? Is that some sort of solution?
I believe they use. I've forgotten the name. I believe they are using. I don't have it to hand, but they are using a technology that does use IPFS. Yeah, it's. If you give me a minute, I can find it. I don't know. I've forgotten off the top of my head the name of it, but it's a pretty robust solution that handles the data in a way that is coherent with the values we described. Yeah.
Give me a second, I'll bring it up.
Sure, no worries.
Thank you. Oh, I'm not connected to the internet. Let me get back to you on that.
No worries.
It's a good question. Absolutely, it's an acute question, and I'll talk to you about it afterwards. But yes, in short, they do. That is considered. Yeah. Sorry.
I think it would have been good to have a presentation in general. What is an NFT, right? Because we all talk about it, but no one really knows. Which is like, oh, should I put this in NFT? Should I do this? So like, yeah, like we need to learn the basics. I feel like that's what it is. Like we're like, oh, how do I make money? It's like, well, what are you doing? How does it work? So I appreciate that a lot.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, it's good. It's a good question. So, so he asked why is the chain 50% proof of work, 50% proof of stake? So you've probably seen a lot of chains are moving to a proof of stake model, and a lot of the narrative behind that is because proof of work is quite energy intensive, and you could argue is quite wasteful of that energy. So this way, people lock up their tokens and provision the network that way. The problem with that is the people that have the largest number of tokens, and usually just to be a validator, you need to have a large number of tokens, basically can make the decisions and control the network. So then again, you get this power asymmetry where if you're a VC-backed chain and you have the majority of the tokens, and then now you're the one provisioning the network, it's not really distributed or decentralized. So Verus, on the proof of stake side, you can prove, you can stake 0.0001 Verus. So a fraction of a token, and it's literally, wish I could show you the wallet, but it's literally as easy as just clicking a button on off. And there's no lockup times. It's not like Terra where you have 21-day lockup, or Ethereum, I think there's a lockup as well. So that's on the proof of stake side, and then I said in my presentation that the idea is that communities not only use this technology, but provision their own ecosystems, their own data, right? So the idea is this has to be available for everyone. It has to be affordable, and it has to be, using current infrastructure. So on the proof of stake side, it's optimized for CPUs, so for your home computer, and even for mobile phones. And there are actually in Indonesia, of all places, people that are building mini mining rigs with Android phones with cracked screens, which they basically pick up for free and then mine in Verus. So and the final piece of that is also by having it half and half, it actually increases the security, because it's super unlikely that somebody is going to have 50% of the mining power and 50% of the token supply. Does that answer? Yeah, cool. Yeah, please.
But this two validation system, they interact with each other. It's like two layers on the same block.
No, so
there's chains or side chains.
Yeah, no. So we don't use any side chains. There's no roll-ups in Verus. Everything is written into the base layer protocol, and the reason is that that eliminates smart contract risk. So I can't really fathom how people can, take hard-earned money, put it into a blockchain system that there's the risk that all that value can just be extracted from an exploit or a hack. And so, no, everything's written at layer one. And with regards to how that works, there's a random algorithm that selects which process is going to process the next block. Yeah.
But it doesn't take into consideration your computer power in this group of work.
I'm actually not that. I stake on the network. I don't run. I don't do any mining, so I'm not super up on the mining. But you can mine on your personal computer, or you can join a mining pool. I see. And with staking, there's no delegation. As far as I understand, you just use what's in your wallet, or whatever you want to allocate to it. There's no slashing, and so the base layer protocol is a fork of Bitcoin, Komodo, and Zcash. Zcash is where it gets its privacy, zk snark functionality from. So it uses the UXPO accounting system rather than the virtual machine system, which is what Ethereum and a lot of other chains use. Mike, the CTO who I made reference to, designed and architected .NET, which is Microsoft's virtual machine, which is still used to this day. So he obviously understands virtual machines and chose not to use them when building a blockchain infrastructure. Does that answer your question?
Sort of, yeah. And do you need a minimum of cash to run a node? And how much would that be?
Yeah, so I think it's 0.000, I think it's 3 or 4 zeros, and then 1 of 1 Verus. And 1 Verus currently trades for about $1.50. So we're talking about a fraction of a penny.
So basically with $1, I can run a node, and since the algorithm that chooses who is the one that gets the chance to mine, I could have the same chance of someone that has a node with $100,000, or because of they have more money, they have more chances to actually get to solve the mining.
So
that particular transaction.
Yeah. So anyone has the opportunity, has a chance, right? It is linked somewhat to the size of the amount at stake. So from what I've been told, because of the UTXO structure, the kind of best size to have your almost like your how do I say, like your Verus structured in terms of amount is like 10,000, because then if you have one 10,000 block staking, there's still the chance that another one can be selected to stake. So yeah, if you're staking, let's just say 1 Verus, the probability of that being chosen over a much larger block is much smaller. So yeah, you're going to get chosen, significantly less, but there's still the possibility that can get chosen. Yeah. Okay.
How do you make sure that governance is secure? How do you make decisions?
So again, I'm not a developer. I don't get that involved in that side of things. I'm dealing more on the business development side and bringing projects to the ecosystem. With regards to governance, at the moment, I believe there is a code pool where people can submit propositions for development, where it goes next. We also have a very engaged Discord where basically that's really the place where the community will congregate and proposals are made and that kind of thing, and then addressed. Thanks. Emilio.
I think the structure of Verus is really good and fit to the purpose, actually. I might see a little issue with scalability because you guys want to write everything on the layer base. Usually blockchains that are not like huge, they have more layers. Let's say 1 layer for security, 1 layer for scalability, and 1 layer for whatever else. So writing everything on the base layer might or might not prevent good scalability for the network.
Yeah. So again, I'm not a coder. The way I understand it is that as more participants enter the ecosystem, it's written in such a way that all the hash power is shared among the network. So actually, the more participants that enter the network, the greater the capability of the network is. So it doesn't get congested, it actually expands. Yeah.
Just to understand a little bit, like the nodes run the blockchain, or you guys are somewhere else, let's say Amazon Web Service or Google Web Service or whatever. The actual nodes store also, right?
Yeah. Well, to have again, I don't want to say something that I don't know. Yeah, I'm running a node on my laptop where I stake. I run my wallet, and it has a bootstrap that's about 10 gigabytes. I haven't checked to see, if it's grown particularly.
Okay. No, it's just that the system is so interesting that it's worth it to.
Yeah, totally. As I said, I stake for that. Once you get into mining, it's a bit beyond me.
Anyway, amazing project.
Thank
Cool,
you, thank
cool,
you.
cool.
And yeah. It's funny. So Emilio and I met a few days ago. He works for another blockchain project, which is has a different philosophy to what we have, and we've kind of connected as people. And actually, just before coming up here, I was a little bit nervous of how you might take a talk, but yeah.
No worries, no worries. All right, next.
Any other questions? Okay, well, yeah, please feel free to come and find me. I'll be around for the afternoon. Please do check out the project. It's really interesting, and there's a lot that's going on behind the scenes. And given that we've been building for the last 4 years or so, it's relatively unknown. But I think that in the next 12 to 18 months, you're going to be hearing about it a lot more. So thank you for having me, Arthur, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gary. Appreciate that. It was a really good talk. And yeah, that's fantastic. All right. So the next person we're gonna have Punkas Riandika, and he's the CEO of Collective, Indonesia #1, or the first curated NFT marketplace. So it's gonna be interesting. We will stream live. And today it's gonna be he's gonna talk about NFT as a ticket to microphones. Hey, Punkas, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm good. Thank you, everyone. Actually, I wish I was there, but something happened, so I cannot be there. But I prepare something to be shared with you guys. Hopefully, you guys okay if we're doing this with a long distance relationship kind of thing. All right, can we start?
Yeah, go right ahead. Is it possible for you to make that full screen so that everyone can see that?
Yeah, will do. All right. So, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, it's good, man. Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So today I would like to talk about how NFTs can be the tickets of metaverse. Well, first, the hot news recently is that um, there's a bad PR, bad public relation coming out for NFTs, where so many scams, so many fraud, so many steal coming in the industry. So this is actually an awful stage where everyone's trying to build the industry, but this thing is coming in. So um, when this coming, we see that there's a lot of conversation that come and go, and seems to they try to try to find a new terms in NFT for brands. So a few people they started to think that let's not invest on collectible, not on projects, but for brands. So, what does this mean? Well, I see that there's also new wave coming in, not only for crypto art, but also coming from the brand. So brands jump into NFTs, started with pulling out their library. So this could be a new stage of other than art that we need to pay attention about. CNN have this fault. CNN. What happened is that they are putting their memorabilia of news on blockchain on their own primary market, and then they have non-utilities. But what happened is that they put it as collectibles moments. That also happened for Time magazine. So those covers, artworks created by Time, are being put in blockchain, and they have no utilities also. So they put this on super rare, and people are starting to queuing and getting these collectible items. It's a new fact that coming to us at the moment. So if you check Fault by CNN, they actually pulling not only real news but also animated. So they redo everything. What happened in the sort of example 1989 from the fall of the Berlin Wall. So what happened is that they might have difficulties on IPs, on who actually owned those records. But what happened is that the storytelling keeps in there in the piece of artwork, and then they just change it into artwork. It's interesting. And the rest of the story may be Nike, Adidas, H&M, who's come and go in the industry. Now, what can actually be the next wave after that, after brand? What we see is that NFT not only mirroring the culture, but also can work as the cultural access. How is that supposed to be? So we might have heard these virtual influencers, right? So there are lots of virtual influencers. We call it VKOL, virtual key opinion leaders. They're basically digital humans created with 3Ds. Lots of names. My favorite one is Imagram. She had almost 400,000 followers and being invited with Kabi and other idols to be part on the Boss Spring and Summer 2022 series. Now, this is very interesting. Why? Because these VKOL, virtual key opinion leaders, they can lead as our metaverse tour guide. How is that happening? So say that we want to create a metaverse, we will need somebody to represent. So an illustration of it, say there is Ray coming from Sichuan. This Ray is only a meta-human. So she's actually living in the social media, and then, well, of course, being made 100% using 3Ds. She can go to the party. She can also be a professional athlete. So she can use the Meta Birkin, or she can also use the artifact shoes. After that, she can come to the Meta Club Society and host the show, host the party. So from this side of the business, we can see that NFTs need a lot of treatment, not only crypto art kind of thing, and then we just shilling it, and then we just put ads on it, and that's it, and then we put on Discord, and that's it. We need new treatment. So KOL is one thing, but Metaverse tour guide is going to be the big thing. So why? Because brand starts coming in, lifestyle starts to be in there. Now, this is something that very interesting. So many people say that metaverse had 7 layers. Metaverse need to be this, to be that, and even some people say extremely that metaverse have to be decentralized. Well, for me, I can see that how Wunderman Thompson, one of a consultant coming from WPP Group, one of the great biggest advertising group in the world, they say that the metaverse mean social, every single day, user defined, everything that you can see right here. So this need to be checklist, and those virtual metaverse tour guide could be part of it that can help this new world to be easy to be accepted by the early adopters. Now, I took this slide coming from one university from Spain. So they actually, a couple of years ago, they present this new social experiment. So they are uh, using metaverse to run a class. So what happened is that when they try to discover and analyze how is the overall experience satisfaction, nobody said it's hard. Nobody said it's sad. to learn in the metaverse. Everybody love metaverse. It's 8, 9, and 10. So even and also in biotechnology, they try to test this in a medical curriculum, biotechnology, and human nutrition. They're discussing about COVID-19, and the overall satisfaction is okay. It's 7, 8, even 9 and 10. So now we know that the metaverse is there, right? Now, this is truly a new reality, and I believe from yesterday's session, everybody believe in this room that metaverse is the next thing. But the thing is that we need to bridge a lot of things. Not only the tech ecosystem and also the platform, but we need to try to solve this CSOMO kind of hardware: sight, sound, and motion. One of our research say that the future of metaverse is not VR. The what will be the fastest to be to bridge metaverse is actually augmented reality. From augmented reality, sort of like Pokemon, Pokemon Go, this kind of case need to be frequently tried. So it is highly suggest that we try to rediscover what will be the next in Pokemon Go. So we run our first sports NFT project with Indonesian Basketball League. So basically, this is the NBA of Indonesia since last year, and made so much innovative milestone. So one of it is that we try to introduce the concept of IBL, the NBA, the INBL NFT, as every single action of sports, we classify all those actions to be rarity type. So that can be common, rare, epic, something like that. And then we sell it, and we sell it using fiat money in rupiah. So this is a test case, and then what happened is that when we launch it, we got 100 media exposure, 100 plus. They are all saying that this media saying that these NFT go to basketball, goes to sports, is one of the most innovative action during this pandemic. So art is one thing, we need to do that, and of course it's being helped so many artists, but we also need to test the lowest hanging fruit that we can get from yesterday's files, yesterday's database, yesterday's library, taken from sports documentation. So we try it, and we sell in 17 weeks 1,500 more NFTs. It looks like this. Right. How much are we selling this? We're selling this for $40, $40, but in rupiah, yeah, in IDR. And not only that, we are also giving this free NFT with new series to the people who come to the venue. So when they come to the venue, they bought a physical ticket. They bought a game ticket. We give them a special edition of NFT game at that date. So what happened is that we create activation booth, and then we got exposure also. We got thousands of people coming to our booth. We got hundreds of new acquisition, and also being exposed in the not only in the national news, but also being endorsed spontaneously by the number one celebrity in Indonesia. Right. Now, the next project is phygital, physical and digital. And it's not yet even metaverse, but microverse. So what we do is that we created this physical and digital kind of new basketball card. We give it to the VVIP and then create QR codes. When they can claim it, they can just claim it and then put their name inside, and then there you go. You get your first NFT. After that, you can get more NFT when you are part of the member in the platform, and then you can own a piece of uh, museum art, museum basketball items. So we have this Shaquille O'Neal game worn shoes. It's coming from Reebok. What we do is that we take it from the museum and then we scan it. After we scan it, we release an NFT of it. We release an NFT. There is actually they have the physical items at the museum. It's actually in Bogor. It's about 1 hour, 2 hour from Jakarta. This museum is one of the biggest museum in Asia Pacific. They have 30,000 items there from the NBA and also from Indonesian. So the next project will be when people have this NFT, they can be part on the metaverse. So the metaverse will be somebody who's actually be part of the game, basically in virtual playground. So in a recap, it's not easy to create metaverse. We have to come from microverse and then give some more experience to it. A few experience to it. According to our research, digital experience delivers positive progression in emotional expression. So what happened is that when we come to some museum and then to help them to tokenize those artifacts, we've come to this new post office, an old post office museum. They have lots of stamps. They have lots of paintings. They have even have an old bike of a postman. So when we are on the bike, an old bike of postman, we can put VR there. Or when you enjoy a painting, we can put beacon on it, Kinect on it, and whatever happens offline, the people will feel a digital and virtual touch. Now this makes them happy. What happened when they're happy? When they're happy, it stimulates co-creation. So from the museum, their sensory stimulation works, and then new narrative expressions are being made by our audience. So our audience, yes, they can engage, but we need to stimulate them. And it's very important. Can be singing, writing, TikTok dancing, or even new drawing. So this path is the path to our, from our research, is the path to the microverse and then the metaverse. Speaking of nowadays, how many people can buy? So speaking of the basket size, what we learn from data is that a person, they have a normal budget of 9,000 US dollar for original digital art, common people. And the next one is for real estate. They can get it for like almost 80,000. So coming from this research, yes, the basket size are being created. The value of digital goods, on average, consumers will be willing to pay on this amount. Also, virtual venues, digital movies, digital movie viewing, attending digital concerts, sort of things, dominated by people that agree that it's okay to get it in virtual. In Indonesia itself, we see that since 2015, there has been an increase of 2,000 plus grown of crypto transaction in Indonesia. It's a lot. Uh, Even as we speak, there are more than 152 projects being traded in Indonesia, and exchange today, last night news, we have like 14 to 15 exchange. But remember that Indonesia only treat crypto as commodity, not as transactional currency. Right. So I want to jump into more and more study that we have. So um, we are collectible. We are curated NFT marketplace. Our company group uh, have a few solution. So we built metaverse platform. We have Web3 technology developers. We have extended reality consulting, and then we have the Shopify of metaverse called Startify. We also have a ticketing solution. We also have a virtual celebrity endorser, but it's meta-human kind of project. The concept of collectible is a B2B. So IP owners like this, the business model is very simple. Primary market are fulfilled by the brands. So we can have Coca-Cola, we can have Sprite and Fanta under one group name. And then collectible.com itself is a secondary marketplace aggregator. And at each collectors, what we say about our customers, we usually call it as collectors, we can put their names after our domain. So it could be collectible.com/Arthur, and then you can put it on your link in Instagram or LinkedIn, and then you can flex your collection. According to our meetings with Indonesian IPs, big corporation, we see that there are so many ways to come into metaverse and also NFT projects. Of course, we service them, but first is NFT creators, and the next phase is token, and then the next one is utility token owner, and then the next, the holy grail will be the owner of NFT platform. It's like owning a new Nifty gateway or new Rarible kind of thing, but start with just creating an NFT. This is what we usually bring to our IPs, to our partners, so that they understand that the path, the roadmap are very long to DAO. Now, this one is when people, when IPs, when partners are actually asking, what should we do together? So we put it like this. The collaboration model should be IPs, us, collectible as the platform, and then right down there is actually collectors or communities. So what our purpose with IPs, with brands, of course, is that we want to gain market expansion and strengthen the brand loyalty. Well, this synergy with the platform, with us, collectible, is doable because from the collaboration of the IP owners, collectible can birth customer advocacy. Now, this creates a synergy, a campaign narrative to make our customer love the brand more and more. The end game of this collaboration model between marketplace platform, us, and the IP owners are community oriented business. We are transforming customer to collectors, a community oriented business. Now, how can brand benefits in the metaverse after we can collaborate together? Well, I started this presentation with hot news of scam, fraud, stealing, something like that. Now we need to work together with brands to change, to help brands changing roles. They think that the consumer think that blockchain is the answer to get rich, cash quickly. But in the future, consumer need to think that blockchain is a tool to create communities, to bring them to a form of expression, to socialize in the future. Meanwhile, brand today feels that blockchain and metaverse are gimmicks, hypes that will create virality for the brands. But in the future, we need to promise them that blockchain is a great way to reach consumers even, new generation. So we provide platform to engage and create values. Now, I also start this presentation with VKOL, a virtual meta-human in Instagram. Well, we need to remember that today, let's forget YOLO. You only live once, it's not happening anymore. You only live twice. It's what happened today. James Bond movie are correct. Consumers today has multiple personas, and this is very important. Now, we need to bring our consumers to reach brand intimacy. Now, we can discuss this later, but we want to bring an old way of bringing consumer loyalty to metaverse. How?
Hey,
Well, we
hey,
start with
Punkas. Sorry, Punkas. So
yeah.
we got disconnected earlier. Would you be able to just like backtrack a little bit?
Oh,
Yeah,
on which
sorry. So we lost you when you say that we need to connect with brands.
oh, okay, okay. So maybe on this slide.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay, okay.
okay. Thank you.
Right. We need to connect with brands, and with brands, we need to work together with brands to bring new perspective from current today perspective to future perspective. I started today presentation with VKOL, with Metaverse Tour Guide. It's meta-human. They are not actually exist. But our consumer need to be remind that you need to forget about YOLO. You only live once is dying. No, it's not happening anymore. You only live twice. So the James Bond movie is right. You only live twice. One in offline, and the second one is in the metaverse. You can be anyone you like. You can have wings, you can have tiara, you can have a lot of things. Now, I just want to bring back again the urgency of making this metaverse, that we need to start small. We need to start from the consumer, and then we need to introduce them to micro first. Micro first means playground of a brand. So that's why Nike, Adidas started with their own world. Now, when we're talking about metaverse, we might talking about multi-chain. We might talking about how we can connect Decentraland and Sandbox and and meta society. How can we do that? We don't know yet. So let's start with micro first and start with consumer. Now, what we can do is that we can start slowly, actually, by having this kind of steps. First, when they search about us, we need to be there. So first is the intention one. Second, the awareness. I think we need to work together as part of the practitioner of metaverse and NFT to bring education to the market. If they get it all wrong since the first place, I don't think the industry will rise again. And then over the retention coming from the purchase action, before that we have intimacy. So please find out what is your metaverse loyalty program, because that loyalty program is the baby step to brand community. And then you start with, and then you can begin with purchase an action, and then it repeat again and again. Now, we heard about above the line. We heard about, well, above the line is TV. It's good for awareness. Indonesia, 95% is still on TV. I mean, TV is the biggest and the most impactful media. Below the line, events are for experience. And then digital, we know social media is for engagement. In the future, we have meta line. Meta line can bring intimacy to our brand. Well, when I'm saying our brand, it's not only about Unilever products, but also your art gallery, your community, foundation, something like that. So, everyone, let's unlimit our world and don't forget to start with consumer first and then bring them to microverse and then surprise them with omni experience. Thank you very much.
Can you go back to the slide with your contact details? Okay, can you, we've got some people that need your contact details. Can you just put that up one more time, please?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Just the last slide, so everybody can take a picture and call you, give you some love and some business.
Thank you. That's my name below, my initial, Pungkas Riandika, Papa Romeo @collectible.com. I hope I can see you guys very soon. Thank you, guys.
Wait, don't go. They're still taking pictures. Don't go. Everybody wants to get your contact. Okay, everybody got it? All right, Pungkas, thank you so much. Okay, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. And I'm sure, is there any questions? Any last questions? No questions? Okay, so they're just going to contact you by yourself. Thank you again. Bye-bye. All right, so it's really sad that most people have already left because right now we have one more very, very, very cool auction. Are you guys ready for a super cool auction? Are you ready for an auction? We're going to be, because now what you have done, now most of you have already taken the tour of Avalon. Okay, you know what's out there because we're going to be auctioning off a special 3-day spa vacation here at Avalon. Okay, so that means not only are you going to be able to stay in the Explorer Suite at Avalon, which is, remember, carved out of the stone mountain. You're getting the natural vibes and energy from nature, but you are also going to be able to get pampered, okay, with buy all of the different like spa things. We got like coffee scrubs. How would you like to have a coconut milk bath with a mermaid? Okay, not a real one, but anyway, it's still cool. Okay, and so we got all these different little things. We get like some facials and some spa and everything else. Okay, and we're going to be auctioning this off. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. So first of all, just click over here on travel. Oh, okay. Or maybe go here, dashboard. That's fine. Okay, here. Actually, go to this one. That's probably easier. Okay, and then go to travel. Okay, this one over here. All right. Okay, so right now this is an $888 spa vacation. All right, that with all of the stuff that's included in there. Okay, full access to the jacuzzi and the hot tubs, and so we've got this coffee scrub treatment, coconut cream, aloe vera rejuvenation treatment, avocado lime facial, all this stuff. Okay, and right now it is only $288 if you get it online, but we're going to start the bidding at 500,000 rupiah. 500,000 rupiah. Okay? Do we have 500,000 rupiah? Anybody? 500,000 rupiah. Okay, 500,000 going. Okay, there we go. We got started. 500,000. Now, how about 600,000? 600,000. Do I hear 600,000? Okay, 600,000. 600,000 rupiah. So remember, this is you're getting to be in the Explorer Suite here. Okay, so this is like a super awesome nice room. Okay, remember that. Okay, for those of you that have had the Avalon tour, it is carved into the stone mountain. Okay, so do I hear 800,000? 800,000. Okay, anybody give me 800,000? 800,000. Okay, 800,000. Okay, how about let's go for 1,000,000? Okay, 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000. We hear 1,000,000. Complete spa vacation. Okay, and this is not, remember, this is also, you get to stay at Avalon, you get to go down by the river and just kind of sink into the natural spring water pool, all of this stuff just to relax, especially like after a long week of working. Okay, so do I hear 1,000,000? 1,000,000, 1,000,000, do I have 1,000,000? Do I have 1,000,000? 1,000,000. Nobody for 1,000,000. Okay, so far the best. Okay, 1,000,000. All right, 1,000,000. We got 1,000,000. Okay. All right, so 1,000,000. How about 1.2? 1.2. Okay. This is good until the end of 2025. Okay. It's not just like, oh, hey, you get to have to use it in a week. In fact, it's an NFT. So even then, you can still resell it at a minimum of 280, which people are buying it for. Okay. Okay, so 1.2, you got 4 years to use this. 4 years, 3 years, 4 years, end of 2005. Okay? 1.2, we got 1.2. Okay, so let's hear 1.5, 1.5 million, 1.5, got it, 1.5. Okay, so back to you. We got 1.5. Okay, remember you got 4 years to use this. 4 years. That means that you can take not only because remember, just to give you an idea, the normal price for even just staying in the Explorer Suite during high season is $480. Okay, this is still at pandemic prices because Bali just opened and people haven't started coming over. Okay, so you're getting even just the amount of just the stay, even without it, is already at a higher level. So we got what was it? 1.5, 1.5. So let's hear 1.8, 1.8. We hear 1.8, 1.8. This is not dollars. This is rupiah. 1.8 million rupiah. Do I hear 1.8 million? 1.8. Back to you. 1.8. 1.8. Okay. All right. 1.6. 1.6. Anyone? 1.6. Okay. Last chance. The ultimate spa vacation here at Avalon. Okay. Do 1.5 going once. 1.5 going twice. Sold. All right, 1.5 million. Okay, so you can pay Wirma over here, and then make sure she's got your BSC address so that we can go ahead and send you your NFT. Okay, now back to Stanley.
Thank you, Arthur. That was incredible. Congratulations. All right. How are we?
We're still trying to
We're still figuring out.
Yes, we're still
All
figuring
right.
out.
Well, so the next person that we're going to talk is Jerry Forbes, and he's the CEO of Elysion Impact Investing, and it's going to be quite an interesting talk. We'll take it, and we're just figuring out the details. But do you guys have any questions so far? Any comments? Anything that you might want to bring up or whatnot? Okay. So Jerry has 2 best-selling books, and
Hi, Jerry.
Jerry has 2 best-selling books, and he's working in the decentralized finance world, crypto, NFT, blockchain, AI, and so forth. And so it would be incredible to be able to hear this chat and this presentation.
Hai. Gimana caranya ini sering? Hi. Yeah, sorry.
What are we doing?
How to put this on the TV?
Okay, is it on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so we can do that. You just need to. Do you have the app?
Meet.
Yeah, Miracast.
Miracast. Okay. Moment, Jerry.
All
Or you can
right,
call
we're
me,
just
and then I
figuring
can
this
cast it.
out, and
Okay.
it's no.
Jerry can
It's
call
gonna
me. I
take
can
a
cast it.
long
I'm all set
time.
up.
Okay. Can you call him instead? His number.
All right, and after this, we will also have a breakout session. So it's gonna be very similar like yesterday with a different topic.
Yes. Ah, the breakout. Plus 44.
That's 44
7932
7
932 313
3
256.
2
Hi, Jerry. Give a sec. We are doing some technical problem. Say hi to everyone.
All right.
Okay,
so we're
Arthur
just
will
figuring
call
that
you
out.
back, so I need to hang up now.
Yeah. So
Arthur will call you back.
the topic he's gonna talk about is tokenization. You volunteer in fintech and finance, so that's gonna be something interesting if you're into finance. And the breakout session, the three breakout session that we're gonna have later is creating a winning NFT slash metaverse team, which I think a lot of you have that question. So that is gonna be good to tune in. Building your own metaverse with open source. So how exciting is that? Being able to build a metaverse with open source. And lastly, setting up your own NFT system on your business website. So those are the three breakouts that we're gonna have. We're probably gonna split it into two, and one will encompass the two like yesterday. But yeah, if that's something of your interest, we will have that. And then for the VIPs, you still have your dinner as well as your cocktail for today. And we will be getting ready for tomorrow. So that is exciting. All right. So we'll just
And we're
working-
being very excited right now as we connect to the thing here. Okay, wait for it. Wait for it. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Wait. Oh, there it is. And wait for it. It's coming. Start now. And wait for it. It's coming. Oh, there he is. He's very small. Wait. Let's try to make this a little bit. Okay. Wait. Let's do. There it is. Okay. You can kind of see what's going on over here with everyone.
All right. So welcome, Jerry. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Ooh.
The audio.
The audio is not coming through.
You need to connect to the Bluetooth.
Yeah, we can do that.
Bluetooth. Oh, it's already on.
Is it on already for the same one?
Yeah.
No, it's
which
on.
One?
It's on car audio.
Not Android TV. It's supposed to be.
All right.
Well, we can do. That's not there yet.
Maybe the TV.
We could try the TV.
But the TV is muted.
Okay, let's try it.
Okay. It's here and behind the Jerry's photo. You need to move it. Yes.
Okay, wait for it. Coming. Bear, click on the okay. Did it work? Can you hear me?
Yeah, not yet, Jerry.
Just a second, Jerry. We're trying to figure this out with. Just a second. No, it's not connected. Okay, connect. Okay, let's try now. Jerry, you want to say something?
Yes. Hello, NFT Bob.
No, maybe I can hold it.
Okay.
Jerry, please say something. Can you try again?
Bali, please.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I don't think we can hear you clearly.
Jerry, do you have Zoom or
Zoom,
something?
Zoom.
Maybe Zoom?
Is Zoom better, Jerry?
Because this WhatsApp isn't really working.
Okay, Zoom. Maybe Zoom. Zoom? Are you logged into Zoom?
You can click on this one.
Can you send us an invitation?
No. You go to karmazi.live.
Oh.
Just go to karmazi.live and the password is 1111. Karmazi.live.
Is it login yours?
Yeah.
Hi, Jerry. I'll send you the link for Zoom.
Just say go to karmazi.live.
Go to karmazi.live.
And the password is
The password is
1111.
1111. Yeah, so karmazi.live. The password is 1111.
And Karmazi is spelled CARMAZZI.live.
I'll send you a text. Okay. Really sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. So sorry.
But don't worry, guys, it's all cool. We're still gonna be, just still kind of relax and chill and let your brain just kind of like, be more mellow since we've been giving you a lot of stuff to melt it down.
Arthur? Oh, okay. So, kok ini matiin dulu ya? Gimana cara matiin ini?
Yes, how to disconnect what?
Miracast.
Oh. Just go to you go to HDMI, right?
Yeah.
And then it should be disconnected. HDMI 1, right?
I already yeah. What? Where is he? What was it? I think I admit or
Would you like some vegetables?
Hi, Jerry. Ah, moment. Uh, can you try again? Ah, moment. Ah. Mas ini gimana ya? Audionya nggak nyambung ke situ? Outputnya gimana nyambungin ke sana ya? Oh ini mesti connect ke Bluetooth kali ya? Bluetoothnya connect ya? Sharp udah tuh connect. Not connected, connect lagi. Harry, can you hear me now? Hi, but I cannot hear you. I cannot hear your voice. Apa? Ya silakan loh mas, silakan.
Coba ya, gue nggak tahu juga nih.
Oke, sharp kan?
Kok kayak sharp?
Harusnya pakai apa?
Sharp, oh sharp audio ya?
Iya, biar keluar dari situ.
Iya, nggak bunyi ini.
Dan connect ke sharp. Apa TV-nya mesti di itu?
Apa? Di mute?
TV memang di mute kan?
Iya.
Hi, you can hear us? Jerry? You can hear us? But I cannot hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, using that.
Oh.
Mbak, dia yang di mute.
Dia bahasa mute.
Hah?
Okay, Jerry, can you try to unmute and talk?
Oh, kita kan?
Iya, tapi kan tadi nggak gitu. Tadi kan dia nggak mute. Hi, Jerry. Hi, sorry. Your video is off and you are muted. Hello? It's muted, Jerry. It's muted. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you now, but you are supposed to be connected to Zoom, so everybody can see you on the big screen. Because in WhatsApp, the signal is not very good, so your voice is like disconnected, something like that. How about the Zoom? Is the Zoom okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, try to unmute. Yeah. No, unfortunately, I cannot hear you. Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly. Sorry. Kalau ini di unmute. Connect. Hai, di sini tuh nggak kedengeran ya?
Ini nggak kedengeran.
Oh, per device. Sharp.
Ulang, coba lagi ulang.
Udah pair kan, Mas?
Coba ulang lagi.
Harus di-delete dulu dong.
Mau kok, ini berarti udah connect kok dia. Kan buktinya bunyi.
Memang, itu udah makanya.
Tapi kok dia nggak mau ya? Suara ini kok nggak ketemu ya? Udah tuh bunyi. Coba di end dulu ya.
Apa tuh? Jangan.
Sama sekali loh dia nggak bunyi.
Hai Jerry. Hi Jerry. Can you hear us? I need my MC. Where's my MC? Hello. We still cannot connect it. They have a technical problem with Jerry. Okay. Chatnya, Bang. Hi Jerry. Seems like we have a technical problem. So can you send us your?
All right, guys. We have technical problem with Gary, so we will move Gary to tomorrow. That's probably a better way of doing it. And so right now, go grab a coffee, grab some drinks, and then we will have the breakout session. Now, where's the breakout session? All right, Arthur, quick question. An idea was just brought up because you love to be able, like a lot of people here would want to be on all three breakout sessions. So since we have a little bit more time, is that possibility of just like do all? So we just do one. Yeah. So like we just do like all together as a presentation and we'll do that. Okay. Perfect. All right. So. That's likely. All right. So it has been decided. All right. So we will grab a drink, have a break, and when you're done with that, come back here, and then we will go through the topics, and we will have a little bit of mastermind of the topics and learn from each other. I know Arthur is a matter of expert building the Galileo platform and so forth, but I'm sure there's a lot of values that everyone can bring to the table. So have a break, go to the bathroom, have a drink, whatnot, and I'll see you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes.
or Santa Barbara, California, Hawaii. Yeah, and now I'm back from like 24 hours a year. Yeah, so I that's my favorite. Yeah, this whole other part of Bali that's started. Then you say so everything.
That was the very first story.
Well, no, actually, so I thought, and but before that, I thought this is what society is about. My boss. I did. Wow. So yeah, you're right. Yes. Yes. But then I said, no, you're right. No, I've been using clean clothes and then take it nothing that would like interfere with us in experience. Yeah, exactly. Or give you a package. Exactly. So then I do what I very like all about that. Anything. Rescue babies are last lifetime. Thank you. That's trying to think I had no idea. Just like that. Someone will tell me. Because I wanted to, if I could set my mind, I wanted to see like, what would it be like? I had to take this time. Very good. It's all My secret power is writing stories. It can be gone for 5 months. I never go into